Hello, and first up is the Pembroke Land Acknowledgement Statement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge on the behalf of Council and Community that the City of Pembroke resides in the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is the statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins whose land we reside. So called order the Operation Committee meeting of January 17th. Looking for any disclosure of community interest. Seeing none. Looking for a motion to approve the meeting agenda. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kuehl. Those in favor? Approved. And we have a few presentations this evening. First up, the OPP, Inspector Neufeld, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Your Worship, Deputy Councillors. Did we get any of that? From the top, please. From the top. Good evening, everyone. First day with the mic, obviously. No, thank you very much for having me here, Your Worship, members of council, guests.
Means no good.
It's my sincere privilege to present to you tonight on our policing activities in the Upper Ottawa Valley specific to the City of Pembroke. I've prepared a bit of a year in review that I'd like to present with Your Worship's permission. Thank you. Away we go. So a little thank you just in regards to this is really not my presentation. This is the presentation of the detachment. This year, or I should say 2022, was a, you know what, much like COVID, it was a very different year for us. Last year, we certainly had some challenges with the Freedom Convoy and all the elements that came about that, as well as international border closures in the city of Windsor, Cornwall, which we sent UOV officers deployed across the province to assist with those various initiatives. The success, again, and I can't say this enough, any success that we have ever had has always been the result of teamwork through our detachment officers, through our civilians, through our auxiliaries, through our special constables, all in support of, with the support of our local police service board. So for that, I say thank you, and certainly November of 2022 marked my 5th year in the community as your detachment commander, and I'll tell you, this is just every year continues to be the highlight of my career, and I do not take my role here lightly. This has been a sincere privilege to be the detachment commander here, and I look forward to continuing to serve the community in the years to come. Thank you. So how are we going to serve the community? Well, 2022 marked the final year of our strategic plan as set out by the Ontario Provincial Police. It encompasses 3 pillars: our work, our people, our communities, and they are intertwined, and they form the cornerstones of how we go about our mission of safe communities, a secure Ontario. So I'm, you'll see throughout my slideshow, I'm always very big in the photos, right? I mean, anybody can throw up graphs and show up, you know, this percentage and that percentage. I'm always very big on the photos. So, I mean, I like to talk about all the things that we do. So, I mean, we have our traffic components. We talk about making sure that our members are recognized. We talk about our diversity. We talk about our civilians. In the bottom corner, center and bottom corner is our members of our MSIR team, which is our mobile crisis response team. These are the workers that are doubled up with our officers going to mental health calls, which I'll explain later in the slideshow. Talking about the first pillar, our people. The most important piece of that pillar is if we didn't have our officers, our civilians, our special constables, our auxiliaries as dedicated to preserving the peace and protecting the public as they are, we would not have the success that we do every day. So my role, and certainly I would say everybody's role, is ensuring how do we ensure their wellness, and that is making sure that we do have a healthy and resilient OPP. Because at the end of the day, if the officers, I mean, let's face it, we saw it first and foremost right after Christmas, where we had a young officer who was just off his probation that day was shot and killed. I mean, this is a very serious role that we are called to do, and that is the worst scenario possible. So these are the reality is these are everyday situations that we can face. So in response to that, the OPP has created a healthy workplace team. What does that mean? This is ensuring not only do we promote physical fitness, which we always have. We've always been very strong on promoting, hey, let's go to the gym, hey, let's go out and run. But we've almost, in the last couple of years, switched gears to incorporate more of a holistic approach, the whole mental health approach too, because they really work in tandem. You can have an officer that is in excellent physical shape, but if his or her psychological needs or personal needs are not being met, that officer is no use to him or herself, let alone responding to a person that is in crisis in the community. So the Healthy Workplace Team encompasses several aspects, and I just highlighted a few of them at the bottom there, where we now have OPP psychologists on staff. These are not outside doctors. These are employees of the OPP that now I could reach out to tonight if I wanted to and say, listen, I'm having a really bad day. And it's not necessarily always work-related. That's the other aspect too. I mean, we all have our own lives. We all have our own personal issues, whether it's elderly parents that are just mentally draining, at-risk youth in our own lives, maybe dissolution of a marriage, financial issues. I mean, at the end of the day, people see the uniform, but sometimes they don't see the person behind the uniform. We're human beings at the end of the day. And these psychological supports, we have mental health clinicians, care navigators. There is, anybody that's ever worked for the government knows unfortunately, the bureaucracy that comes with trying to navigate when, geez, you know what, I missed a day's work last week and now I got to submit paperwork. I don't know how to do that. We have members that are called care navigators, and they literally help us navigate the whole paperwork route, how to connect with certain people. Hey, did you submit this form? Peer support, I'm always a believer that everybody in the OPP is a peer support. I can be a peer support to fellow colleagues, commissioned officers. I can also be a peer support to a probationary constable. Likewise, I'd like to see every member of the OPP be a peer supporter. The chaplaincy program is available, as well as any sort of external agencies, which we do have several of them located locally by nature of our proximity to the base. So when I talk about our people, it is so important that not only our officers are engaged, but they are, I mean, the reality, we're not just out, burning the king's gas, driving a car. Their officers are always actively looking. It's called condition yellow. They're always on, and it's like, you wouldn't think about it, but it is exhausting. Driving around, looking, does that person were using their cell phone while they're driving? That business was boarded up. Why is somebody coming out of that building right now? It's like being a shark, and you're constantly looking. We're not just out there delivering the mail or just driving for the sake of burning gas. You're always on guard. You're always watching. It can be exhausting. So these mental health supports that are in place for us that never existed before are so welcoming, and they're changing the way we're doing business for the better. Next slide, please. So the next pillar, our work. So some of our greatest hits, very few of them, but some of them from 2022. So we had a very, did anybody hear about this freedom convoy that came through? Anyway, it was kind of a big deal. that regrettably tied up a lot of our resources for a long time. I'll touch on that as well as well, it seemed to be never-ending local support that, we're going to support the Ottawa Freedom Convoy, which never materialized into anything really. However, when, we get informants or intelligence that says, oh, there's going to be a local Freedom Convoy support that's going to go down the main drag of the city, that still necessitates me to prepare a response to that. Because what I can't have is like, oh, okay, well, I'm sure it's just a couple local yahoos in their pickup truck and it won't amount to anything. And then I leave on Friday and then Saturday morning, there's 20 trucks here that have blocked the main drag, which we cannot have here. The last thing I would ever allow is for a bunch of trucks to block paramedics or fire or police responding to an emergency call. That will not happen. So, oh, can we just go back for 1 second? I'm sorry. So what I wanted to close with that is when I talk about, and I'll get into it later, what I think, and I don't want to compare what happened in Ottawa to any sort of event that happened here, but what I can say is, yes, we did have some local protests, and what we did not have, or I should say what the city did not have that we had here, is a tremendous amount of local support. And you say, well, what does that mean? Well, what it means is, the city of Ottawa, very early on, and we can discuss the Freedom Convoy at length, but they didn't have the ability to remove these vehicles at the end. When I called up, as soon as the first protest came up, and I said, okay, well, we'll do up a traffic plan, what I can say is all of our local tow operators were very engaged, and that's because we've had such an amazing partnership with local businesses, including our local tow operators, where I said, listen, they didn't have the support in Ottawa. If I call you on Saturday morning and say, there's 20 trucks blocking the main drag here, is that going to be a problem for you to come out and tow these? He said, you just tell me what time to be there, and I'll be there. So any sort of, and don't get me wrong, I have no problem with people exercising the right under the charter to protest, please. But what I will never have is them blocking the main drag or any street that would prevent an ambulance from getting through or fire from getting through. And it never materialized, but the reality would have been the first truck would have showed up and said, I'm protesting in support of the freedom, I'm not moving. You'd be formally cautioned, and if you refused, you'd be under arrest and that vehicle would be towed. And then I'd be going to the next driver. Move your vehicle, you'll only be asked once. We never had any issues here, but because, it seemed every weekend there was going to be a protest, it just necessitated a lot of work for us on multiple levels to make sure that not only were our local officers and supporting partners ready to respond, and that's like, what is that? That's fire, that's bylaw, that's paramedics, that's ambulance, that's our tow operators, that's our local officers, that's letting the PBIA know that, hey, you know what, there might be something happening, just FYI. It was a tremendous amount of work that just seemed to go on and on and on. But I digress. It was a great feeling to know that we had such a tremendous amount of support here locally, and nothing ever happened that necessitated any sort of issues or where we actually had to engage our traffic plan. Next slide, please. When we talk about our work, this is, I know I said I didn't want to get too much in the nitty-gritty, but at the end of the day, the calls for service, fairly consistent with last year. I mean, a slight decrease, and I mean, at the end of the day, you always want to see the calls for service trending downward. Certainly my role as a detachment commander is to look for efficiencies anywhere I can. If we can identify problematic areas, if we can identify problematic people isn't the response, but people that maybe generate more calls for service than they should. When we realize that certain individuals, and I'll touch on it in a second when I talk about our mental health officers, we have individuals in our community that can generate 100 calls a year. 100 times a year plus they're calling the OPP. Now, you think, well, that's your job, you got to answer. Yes, it is our job, but is that an effective use of our time and our resources? The answer is no. Not every, these are all, the other piece to that is the cash side. These are all billable calls to service to the taxpayers. Every time a person calls, and I would never want people to say, well, I don't want to call because I don't want to raise our taxes. We're there for a reason, but repeated call after call after call. These are things that I have to now identify to say, you know what, we need to address this issue. Why are you always calling every week and for really the same issue that we spoke to you last week about? So the good news is the calls are trending downwards. The bad news is, or I shouldn't say the bad news, my job is nowhere near complete, nor will it ever be, unfortunately. Specifically when we talk about violent crime, 317, that's not a success. That's 317 victims of crime in our community. That's not a success for me. When that number is 0, then I'll you know what, I'll retire is what I'll do. But that is not a success. That's 317 victims of crime in our community. I'm going to talk a little bit about that because I am passionate about that. But the numbers are what they are. 2022 compared to the year prior, it continues to trend downward, which at the end of the day is a success, but there's always room for improvement. So how are we going to improve? How are we going to find efficiencies? Well, one of them, the Collision Reporting Center, which I have presented to the PSB before, we were in our, this was 2022, was our first year. These are fully trained officers that may not necessarily be on the road taking calls for service, but they come with a tremendous amount of experience. So what the Collision Reporting Center does, if there was let's say a little fender bender in the Giant Tiger parking lot, somebody's backing out, and, tap the car, wait for the driver to come out, we exchange information. Well, I guess we need a police report. Call an officer, everybody waits there for 30, 40 minutes for an officer to show up if it's a busy day. What this now eliminates is we don't need to send an officer there. There are protocols in place. They typically call the 1-800 number, say, hey, yeah, we're in a fender bender. If both drivers are in agreement and there's nothing criminal, like nobody's violent, the key is both parties have to agree to it. They come to the Pembroke detachment, and this officer does the report for them. So when I run his numbers for the year, shoot, so I'm just getting my eyes to focus here. 411 calls for service. On average, not everyone, on average, that's a 1 hour in an officer's day to go do the report, put it on the system, get everybody's information. 411 calls for service. That translates to 411 hours that the frontline officers, the cruisers that you see up and down the road, can reinvest in the community. They don't have to go to 411 minor collisions. This is all stuff that can be reinvested in the community. Well, doing what? Foot patrol hours. We had a banner year this year. I presented to the PBIA last night. Record year, 390. I was hoping we were going to break 400 hours, which is a record for us. From 2 years ago, we were at 90 hours. So quadrupling practically our foot patrol hours. Bless you.
Thank you.
So these are things that we have set up to maximize our officers' time on the road, doing proactive stuff, engaging with the community, which is I want. That's what I'm passionate about. Not sitting in an office typing. I mean, that does form a large part of our duties, unfortunately, but the more time we can have them on the road, doing stuff, engaging with the community, the better. Next slide, please, sir. Cybercrime investigator. So when I did my consultation with the officers, I asked them, so what ties you up in the office the most? Like if I could eliminate something, take something off your plate, what could I do? And they say, oh my God, these little internet scams. They'll get a phone call. Hey, I tried to buy a dog for $50. It's a purebred German Shepherd. Says it's worth $5,000. They were only charging $50. And I sent the $50 and then they took the ad down. I mean, well, buyer beware, right? But I mean, that's still a victim of crime, a victim of fraud, and it takes, you wouldn't believe it, but it takes a tremendous amount of time to actually investigate those. Getting into banking records, getting into, and it's a very select skill set that officers have to navigate the internet. So again, finding ways to be more efficient. This is an officer who is not working the front line, but came over from the RCMP, has a very select amount of skills when it comes to the internet cyber fraud. Put her in there, and boom, doesn't she start? This is, yeah, she's going to the bank. She's doing warrants at the bank for people's information. She made, we just put out a media release where there was somebody selling wood. Same scenario, you know, hey, I got a bush cord of wood for $50. I just need to get rid of it. Just send $100, and like 5 different people sent $100, and then the ad comes down. And well, she made the linkages, a little quick internet scrape through. Well, I don't want to pretend I know what she does, but she tracks down who the individual is, and boom, we're knocking at this individual's door. You're under arrest. So again, so she's now this is fairly new for us, and we haven't even done the full year yet, but it is a huge success. 40 investigations, various stages of completion. That's 40 cyber crimes that officers are not sitting in the office, playing on the internet, trying to track down who this person is, drafting up a warrant, which is a technical skill. Am I right? Like, it is not, you get good at what you do a lot of, right? And if you're only writing one warrant a year, it's going to be very labor intensive. If you're writing one a week, piece of cake. It's just another day at the office. So this is going to be, not only is this, we'll fully evaluate at the 1 year mark. I can already tell this is going to be a huge success. Not only do I see it being a huge success, I see it ready for expansion. Next slide, please. Again, our work. These are civilian members, detachment operations clerks, or DOCs. They, again, a pilot wrapping up in April of 2023. When I talk about an officer's administrative duties, this is preparation of a Crown brief, photocopying, preparing reports, scanning notes. These are all time-consuming duties that really are not the best use of an OPP officer's time. Again, where do we want to see the officers? On the road. So this is a pilot that we started this year, and it was the first in the entire province that is nearing its completion. Again, very, very well received by the members. They are absolutely loving the fact that, oh my God, this person's going to do my whole brief for me? Yeah, you just write, obviously the officer still has to prepare their report, but submit, and then they do the rest. They prepare the whole brief, they send it to the courts. It's really hands-off for the officers now. We do, full disclosure, we do have lots of new recruits here at the detachment. We don't necessarily allow them to use the detachment operations clerks at the start, because that is still a learned skill that the officers have to learn. If all of a sudden they were sick one day and the officer came in and said, well, you got to do the brief today, they'd be like, oh, well, I don't know what to do. So we don't allow them while they're on probation to have the luxury of having somebody else do their work for them. We let them, like we all did, had to learn how to build the brief. And then after that, then they are afforded the courtesy of, okay, you can now let them do the brief for you. But this has been a tremendous amount of success, very positively received by the members again, and that's just improving our morale in the office. Next slide, please. So when we talk about, like I said, well, so you've done all these things, Steph, and you've allowed all the officers to go back onto the road. What are they doing with their time? Well, this is it. So I found out, truth be told, I had to start wearing glasses this year, and I didn't bring them. And I said, there's no way I'll be able to read that slide. So I did make some notes here. So when we talk about where are we reinvesting our time, if you look at, yeah, I apologize, it'll be tough to read, but our impaired driving stats. This is comparing 2022 to the year prior. Impaired driving charges, up 33%. Our speeding charges, up 46%. Our distracted driving charges, the cell phones, up 33%. Our traffic stops, not every traffic stop ends in a ticket. A little bit of education, I'm a firm believer in that. It's a community engagement, right? That's a stop, hey, you're going a bit fast, I'd like you to slow down, no problem, sir or ma'am. Traffic stops, up 40%. Seatbelts, up 22%. You say, well, that's great, that's lots of traffic, so you guys are just out writing more tickets. No. Bottom corner on the right, community services, up 170%. What is that? That's going into schools. That's going doing foot patrols. That's meeting with our seniors. That's going to the grind. These are all public. We have the officers, they go out, they create an occurrence because they have to account for their time. They're not just driving around. They'll say, hey, I need you to create me a community services occurrence. And then they put in their blurb, oh, I did 1 hour foot patrol downtown. Up 170%. That's success to me. The traffic, yeah, that's great. Community engagement, that is success. Next slide, please. So this is what I call the game changer. We are all now equipped, myself included, with body cams. It is not, I'm not videotaping myself right now, but these are worn by all of our officers. Game changers. We all know body cams. We've seen the US, we've seen cops. In-car cameras and body cams being worn by all of our officers, it is seriously going to change the way we police. We have it all set up now. It is East Region, Eastern Ontario, was the pilot for the province of Ontario. Not only are the frontline officers wearing them, I wear them myself. I mean, 8 hours of typing in the office is not the most exciting video to watch, but I do go out, I do engage with the community, and it's there not only as a safety net for me, but a safety net for the public, right? I can tell you one of the hats that I wear is an SIU liaison, is if there is an incident where SIU is engaged, I go there as the officer in charge to liaise with the officers and with the SIU. Where I've seen this very successful use of the body cam, one incident locally here on November 11th, Remembrance Day, we had a complaint come in. I happened to be on call. They said, oh, there's a gentleman at PRH with a broken leg, confirmed broken leg, and he's saying the officers beat him up and jumped on his leg. And I said, I said, okay. Did they have body cams? Because we were still, yes, they did. I said, perfect. Upload the video from the cloud, and I'll come in and see. I was coming in anyway for the Remembrance Day service. I'll come in early and I'll watch the video. I watched the video. The gentleman is on video. The officers are responding to a call, and he answers the door, and he's limping already. And he says, at least 3 times in the video, oh, my leg is really effed up. I can't put any weight on it. And he's arrested as a result of the call for service, brought to the hospital because he is limping, and then fabricates a story that the officers beat him up. Now, a year ago, that would have been a full-fledged SIU investigation because it would have been a he said. Oh, the victim is saying the cops jumped on my leg and broke it. The officer said, we never touched him. Yeah, we arrested him, but that was it. Now, press play. Yeah, no, I'm satisfied that that was a pre-existing injury prior to the officers even getting there. There is no SIU call here. Game changer. In-car cameras, same thing. We have incidents where we have officers, the camera's on. They'll be following a car, weaving all over the road. Driver's impaired. 9 months later, when they get to court, they say, I wasn't weaving, and it's just press play, and oh, yeah, I guess I was. This is going to revolutionize the way we do business, and only for the better. And some people will suggest that, the officers really have to wash themselves. You know what? We always did. The days of Everybody's got a camera now. I mean, and I tell, same thing I tell my children, actions have consequences. If you misbehave on the road, there'll be consequences. You use foul language, there'll be consequences. We have a code of conduct, values, OPP values. Number one, professionalism at all times. Yeah, the body cam will just reinforce that. All right, my favorite part, the communities that we work with. So some of our greatest hits from the year, working with our local hockey club, our cops and kids fishing, the safeguard, I'll talk about that, which is in the top right. Top left, we have, that was our breakfast with the detachment commander, where we invite local media out for breakfast to kind of give them a year in review and answer any questions that they may have. Community engagement, like I said, is a priority for me. It should be a priority for all of our officers. We certainly have had tremendous amount of success this year, working with our different partners and stakeholders. And I'm going to highlight a couple of them. Can we go to the next one, please? So this is a slide from the previous year, but I wanted to include it because when we talk about our mobile crisis response team, for those of you that are not aware, I know some of you have seen this presentation before, but we have nurses and mental health clinicians partnered up with officers going to calls for service. The reality is yes, officers do receive mental health training, but not anywhere near to the level of what a nurse would or a mental health clinician. This is this was piloted when I first applied for this job, and His Worship can attest to this. I saw the success of this program in another community, and I said, I will make it my mission to bring this to UOV if I get this job. Took the old way of thinking. That's not the progressive way. That's not the future. This is the future. Not only was this so successful in its inaugural year, we have now expanded it to include a second officer. So we don't have, nor do I think we need it. We don't have 24-hour coverage, again, because the calls for service don't warrant it. But what we do have now with the second officer is we have 7-day-a-week coverage. And I shouldn't say we don't have 24-hour coverage, because technically we do. The officers still respond to mental health calls, and there's a 1-800 number for a crisis number that will page the worker out. So technically we do have 24-hour coverage, but I'm talking about an officer, mental health worker in the car together responding to a call for service. We now have 7-day-a-week coverage, which is, and it's only going to get better. Where I see this program going next is we will eventually have, again, it's a work in progress. It's getting grant money. It's getting the funding. It's making sure we have the space. I want to see one mental health officer and one mental health clinician on every platoon. So 4 in a detachment. So every day, every shift, there is somebody working. That is going to be a success. Can we go to the next slide, please? There we go. So in 2022, we launched CamSafe, which is not an OPP program, but it is a community safety program. So we don't own this. This is the easiest way to explain it is think of it as a phone book. If you have a doorbell camera that you use for your own, which lots of people do, you can register with CamSafe, and it basically adds you to a phone book. So let's say on Bell Street, there's 3 or 4 houses that have doorbell cameras that have registered with CamSafe, and something happened where a car maybe drove by, or somebody ran down the road and saw it, and went by these 4 houses. The OPP, we don't have access to your cameras. We can't secretly log into your cameras. What we can do is we can go to the phone book and say, oh, you've got a doorbell camera at 22 Bell Street. we still have to do the old-fashioned police work, call you up and say, hey, there was an incident on Bell Street today. Do you mind if we come look at your video? You've registered with CamSafe, and the owner has the option of saying no, pound salt, or yeah, of course. I mean, typically, if they've registered for CamSafe, they probably want to help and make their community safer. We started that last in 2022, and we have 30 people registered in our Ottawa Valley, and I'm hoping for a very modest 20% increase in 2023, which I think will be very achievable. The success, so we have our street crime unit, which looks after drugs and property crimes. They are the ones that kind of oversee not oversee the program, because it is not an OPP program, but oversee and facilitate the registration, reaching out to individuals that own the cameras if there is an incident. One of the successes that I was very pleased about, and again, this just comes back to wanton, completely unnecessary vandalism, was when we had flowers ripped out on the main drag here. They went down and just ripped out all these flowers. Like, why? Why? Anyway, CamSafe solved that. So that was a success. We're going to harp on that this year through the media, through social media, because I said, like I said, 20% increase I think is very achievable, but I'd like to blow that out of the water and just get as many people registered. And to be clear, that is not strictly a Pembroke program. That is for all of Ottawa Valley. Next one. Yeah, Project Safe Trade. So that was highlighted as a priority for in my last year report, that I wanted to bring that to the city. I'm very pleased to say that we were able to launch it this year. So what is Project Safe Trade? This is, if you can't tell, that is the mayor and Public Works and one of our officers, Constable Graveline, who was the champion of this in front of our office. It allows people that want to sell items either on sorry, I don't do Facebook Marketplace or Kijiji. Instead of, members of our vulnerable community, wanting to sell something, and somebody says, yeah, maybe behind the Irving at 2 a.m, and we'll do that exchange. Maybe not. This is an opportunity for people to exchange or sell whatever it is they want in a well-lit police station, a public safety program. Again, we don't, if they come to the office, hey, can you run this serial number to see it? We don't do that. This is just affording people a safe place to meet and sell their items. To be clear, and I don't want anybody to think that there was a rash of people getting ripped off. That is not the case. This was a program that I see value in, again, protecting the community. That's why it was brought here, not because of an increase in people getting robbed as a result of trying to sell stuff online. So just wanted to point that out. Plans for 2023. So I presented last year on Project Lifesaver, which for delays, we are getting the equipment at the end of this month. What that is again, a community safety program for individuals that have dementia or a acquired brain injury, basically that tend to wander. As a former emergency response team member, who is, I can't even tell you how many searches I've been involved in, time is critical. Typically when we get a call for service where, hey, my dad has gone missing, the caller and their family or friends typically have already spent the last couple hours looking for this individual. And now it's come to the point where it's starting to get dark, the weather is cooling off, rain is coming in. Oh, we'd better call the cops now. So we're already behind several hours by the time we get resources out there and rolling. Time is so critical in these searches. What Project Lifesaver is, and it's sponsored by the Alzheimer's Society, it is a watch that, let's say you have an elderly parent that is prone to wandering, or maybe they're already in a nursing home and they get out on occasion and they disappear. No, Dad, you got to stay here. This is a watch, basically equipped with a GPS tracker that we have equipment for, that we can basically say, turn it on and point it and doot, 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 doot. Oh, he's down this road. And it cuts down searches on average, I think the literature said about 2.5 hours from the point of a phone call. And you say, well, that's not that big of a deal. Well, we all know how the weather turned here, right? Like in the last couple of days, it got cold. And if you have an elderly parent out there, you want them found as quickly as possible. Or a young child, if there's a child that's prone to wandering. So it's a watch. This was at no cost to the community. This was a grant that we wrote to get the a modest grant to purchase the equipment, and 10 watches to start. Reason being 10 watches, and I just put that number in the grant. Not everybody, especially today, the way things are financially, the cost of the watch is approximately $400. The grant allows us to buy 10 watches for the Police Service Board to distribute to families in need at their discretion. So that was part of the grant and how we wrote that up. So that's going to be huge. Again, it's not an OPP program. It is equipment that we have officers that will be trained to use. I was speaking to the Dementia Society at the start of the month, and they said, the equipment is here, it's being shipped to UOV. We're supposed to have it at the end of this month. So that's why I put it, although I discussed it in last year's report, I wanted to include it again this year because technically we have not started yet. Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Again, this is in the final stages of being rolled out. I'm going to link it to the bottom portion of my plans for 2023. One of the recommendations in our Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan surrounds domestic violence. Anybody that's been around here knows about the inquest that happened here. We had a terrible incident here. One of the recommendations, north of 80 recommendations that came out of that inquiry, talking about, not all directed at policing, to be clear, but one of the things that I want to do in partnership with our Community Safety Wellbeing Plan is creating a unit within the UOV OPP for detectives specifically addressing sex assault and domestic violence are high-risk offenses. So what is that going to look like? Well, it's going to be creating a unit is very difficult. Cash is king, right? It's all about money. It's finding money for bodies. It's finding money for detectives. I have a plan to get this done. We've already advertised for a position. Part of my plan encompasses focusing on the victims, having a real victim-centered approach. We're going to be hiring a civilian victim specialist. Again, working with civilians. It's not always about the police. Where police aren't experts on everything. There's a tremendous amount of knowledge out there that we can harness to help us. Yes, we have certain authorities under the criminal code that allows to process criminal offenses. But when we talk about real assistance to victims, there are actually specialists that can do that. So we have that advertised currently. That is going to be ingrained in this unit. We're going to have partnerships with probation and parole, with victim services, with some of the resources here in the community, addiction. There's going to be a focus on education, proactive prevention. I was always of the opinion, well, what are we going to do? Like, if somebody has a domestic, you can't prevent domestic violence. We can only respond to it. No, that's the wrong way to think. We can totally do our best to prevent. Will we be successful in every single attempt? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But we have to try. We have to try at least. So this is going to be my plan for the certainly for the immediate future. I'm hoping to have this rolled out for 2024. We already have some people lined up, some training lined up. If I can, and to be clear, this is, we don't have this in the OPP. This is, there's there is conversations at the highest level that they want to create this. I don't want to sound corny, but I'm a doer. I don't need to wait for people to create things. We can do this here locally. This is something that I want to champion, and this and the MCERT, if I could, leave the OPP, retire from the OPP, having brought these things to our community, I could say that I, at the end of the day, left this community a little bit better than when I got here, and I would view that as a success. Thank you very much. I hope that wasn't too long.
Councillor Purcell.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentation today. We really do appreciate that, Inspector Neufeld. Knowing all too well as a former board chair of Victim Services of Renfrew County, knowing the issues that we have in Renfrew County, can you tell me a little bit more about, I know that there's a dedicated space within the OPP detachment where we have a few victim service workers working out. I know it's a pilot project in regards to the Victim Services Grant that expires at the end of this year. So I think that, that approach that you're talking about in terms of that implementing that approach, I think it's aligned with, in terms of the services and supports that Victim Services provide. And they know all too well in regards to the tragedy that happened with the triple homicide. And the services and supports that were available not only to our communities, but to family members and those others that were impacted greatly as a result of these tragedies. I think it's really, really important that we continue to build those relationships with the OPP. I know it's been successful in terms of other OPP detachments, the partnerships that are built. These are highly trained individuals that actually go out on, based on police, notification from the police services to actually respond after an incident has occurred, crime or tragic circumstances. I think that's really, really important that we continue to those partnerships, and I look forward to your presentation in terms of what happens after that victim service grant comes to an end at the end of this year. My second question, I have three questions, and I'm sorry. My second question is in regards to capacity in terms of headcount. I saw the great things that were actually completed in terms of, the increases in terms of, the various different activities that the OPP perform. What is can you tell me your current headcount in terms of from full complement? Like, are we at full complement here in terms of the detachment in terms of, okay. What percentage would we be at? Is that information that would be available?
Well, I mean, I can give you the exact percentage because it is a bit of a moving target. Do we have members that are out of the workplace right now? The answer is yes. Do we have members that are seconded or on temporary acting assignments? The answer is yes. So there is no detachment that is ever at 100%.
No.
We fluctuate between high 70s and low 80s.
Okay, thank you.
Exact percentage.
Okay.
Somewhere in between there.
Perfect. I didn't know different than, any other, I guess, business or, they're challenged to find the appropriate resources to man these positions. I know it's very difficult.
Yeah.
I know that OPP is struggling as well as other police forces in terms of maintaining, full complements. My last question is in regards, and I knew I put this question to the police board, in terms of downtown. Our downtown area, what is the number of, calls to our downtown area compared to other areas within the city of Pembroke? Are the majority of the calls in the downtown area? And I think that's something that we're really trying to flush out. We had a community watch program meeting back in the fall, and this was some of the questions that came out of that meeting. It was perceived that there was a significant number of calls coming out of the downtown area requiring police services. So I'm just kind of curious to see, is that a hotspot in terms of response for the OPP, or is it comparable to maybe other parts of the city?
Well, I, as a matter of fact, did a presentation to the PBIA last night on that exact topic. What I can say is the total calls for service in the Pembroke's what we classify, because we have a specific targeted downtown. The calls for service in 2022 were 124. Now, that is specifically targeting drug offenses, mischiefs, assaults, disturb the peace, trespass to property act, liquor license act, trouble with youth, theft, and shoplifting. The report encompasses 2018 to 2022, and the calls for service are trending downward. What I can say is there is, in my opinion, and I touched on it briefly in my report, the number of foot patrol hours, 391 in 2022, which was a banner year for us. Foot patrols going up, and that's strictly foot patrols. That's not including vehicle patrols, which I have as well. Again, I like to see the old-fashioned foot patrol, and call me an old-fashioned cop. I like to see, where leather meets the pavement, right? And that interaction. Banner year for foot patrols, calls for service trending down. I think that's a direct correlation.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Any other questions? Councillor Dufresne?
Just a comment. I want to thank you for your presentation, and, I appreciate your passion to make a positive change and difference in our community, and I've
Thank you,
always
Councillor.
admired that. And your empathy and the way that you look at treating every individual with respect, hats off for that.
Thank you.
I always said that you never hear a child say, I want to be a criminal or an addict, or I want to have mental health issues when I get older. So, everyone deserves an opportunity to be heard out and to have the proper treatment when they're taken into custody for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So I respect you for that, and I just
Thank
want to
you.
thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you so much, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Jacno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to the inspector. Some time ago, I know the mayor, our present mayor, it was in his heart to ensure that foot patrols would happen within the community. And I was astounded, I don't know, it was last fall in the spring, to see himself and yourself in full dress uniform, and I honked a horn. I hope you didn't get me on the body cam. I wasn't trying to aggravate you. I was just trying to recognize the fact that there was our mayor of today taking a real interest in the downtown core and the people, not only in the downtown, but everywhere. And you, the chief executive officer for your unit, taking the time to go with them. And to me, that says a lot about the community. And I think that every business person, I know you probably walked into businesses, you talked to people on the street, I saw that. And that certainly would make an impression with me as a human being, and not only as a councillor, but as a human being, that you're taking the time to establish what we really call community policing. Because as you said, community policing is boots on the ground. Hi, Bobby, hi, Joan, or knowing where the bakery is and knowing that the chap had a problem the week before and that you're going to perhaps, issue some warnings to your officer to keep an eye on that. Very important. Just reviewing our budget yesterday, I was amazed to see that the cost for policing per household in Pembroke has dropped. So, I mean, that is, years ago, people were complaining that the cost just kept going up exponentially, but these costs continue to go down. So to me, that sends a message that, you and your department and the OPP in Ontario is fulfilling their mandate, which is trying to keep the taxpayers' costs, to the minimum, yet providing the excellent service that you do. One other thing, drone units. Do you have a drone unit? Is there, does the OPP have a specific unit where they would use a drone to go and look for people that are lost or in extenuating circumstances?
Yes, sir, we do. They are an extension of our emergency response team. Not only are they used for missing persons, they're used for crime scenes, they're used for collisions, various capacities. A simple request, hey, I need the drone for blank. And they will either come out or they'll say, no, that doesn't meet our threshold, or we're tied up somewhere else. But yeah, we do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the inspector.
Thank you,
And
sir.
as you said, if you had to leave tomorrow, I certainly believe you've left a mark in our community.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just want to echo also the thanks. And it was 3 years ago that I went to the Police Services Board, and we partnered with the Police Services Board and the OPP to create a viable community watch program. And on behalf of the mayor and myself, we sit as co-chairs of the community watch program, and all the volunteers. We want to thank you for your partnership and your dedication and service in assisting us in developing the program. And we have 3 zones established now, as you know: Chamberlain Street area, around the Victoria Centre, and the Waterfront Park. And hopefully the PBA is looking at creating a zone also,
Yeah.
which will only add to creating safe and welcoming community. So when you see your community service is up 170%, I can vouch for that. One example is Community Expo, where the Police Services Board were beside the Community Watch booth, and the OPP were there. Want to special shout out to Constable Sean Peever also
Yes.
for his dedication and community policing. So it's all about partnerships and growing and community driven, and it's a great example. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Councillor.
Any further other questions, comments? Seeing none, then on behalf of council, thank you very much again for your great
you, Councillor.
presentation and all the great work the OPP provides City of Pembroke. All right. As the inspector packs this thing, next up will be the concerns regarding 273 Victoria Street. Grind. So whoever's coming to make that presentation? Welcome. Is it Ms. Krista Zingle? Zingle, yes. Welcome to the council chamber.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, well, good evening, your worship and councillors. My name is Krista Zingle, and I'm a resident on Isabella Street in Pembroke, and I'm here with a representation of neighbors who reside in direct proximity to the grind. And we'll be presenting to you our collective experiences related to the operation of the grind at their current location, how it's impacting us, our concerns in general, and, appeal to City Council to assist us in, resolving some of these matters. And mentionable, who's not here tonight, is Steve and Sandy Halpenny, who are fully aware and supportive of needing change and have permitted me to note them formally here as they are out of country. Mr. Halpenny spearheaded the Neighborhood Watch organization in our community. And I really appreciated their counsel through all of this. So, you know what? I think it's always a best foot forward to start on what we agree on. And we know that homelessness is nothing new, but it definitely is a growing issue across communities all across North America, not just Pembroke or Ontario or Canada for that matter. And we believe that everyone has a right to certain basic things such as health care and shelter. I was actually able to finally meet with the top team of the grind yesterday evening, along with His Worship and Mr. Unrau and the OPP inspector, Detective Neufeld was there, the commander, sorry, and also the president of the security company hired by the grind. And that was my first opportunity to actually, sit down and have a discussion, which was, way overdue. This is what I saw. I saw the amount of work that went into designing this facility and driven by a desire to help, right? I can also say with absolute confidence that this organization has the heart to do it. They've got the heart. And I want you to know that we take this really seriously. This is not, just trying to be whiny. We do want to see some solutions. And, you know, we believe that how we treat each other, and that includes everybody, not just the ratepayers, is a reflection of who we are as members of this community in Pembroke. And so it's in this spirit that we want to move forward with this discussion. And it's not an easy topic. I respect that. This is not easy stuff. And I'd like to consider this as kind of an opening, but slide please. Well, let's jump into some of the concerns, okay? So these concerns existed before the grind opened up their overnight program, all right? And after the grind opened up their overnight program, the incidents definitely increased and our concerns just continued to deepen. So let's reviewing some of these. Like, first of all, there was no community outreach or consult prior to this overnight operation opening up. And this was despite, you know, clear mandate, we're not operating a shelter, we're not going to do this. I mean, there's so much documentation surrounding that. It was really quite surprising to find out about this by way of a newspaper article days after it actually launched, right? And there's other, I mean, there's the physical impacts, the impact of the lighting. Like, lighting is a security issue. You want good lighting. But I invite anybody who's listening here to come down at, you know, any time during the dark. There are no stars. It is lit up like the fire of 1,000 suns. There is no more nighttime in our neighborhood because of the extreme lighting. I think it's excessive. Now, to be fair, Mr. Unruh, you've been, you know, helping me with that issue, and we are progressing on that, and I thank you for that. And, you know, that was addressed really quickly once it was brought up. So, but it is an issue. But there's been a huge amount of increased traffic, incidents, and disruptions. And I have to point out, you know, the way roads are designated. I mean, you guys know this stuff better than I do, right? But, you know, there's arterial roads, there's secondary arterial roads, there's local roads. The local road would be probably the quietest road designation that you can get. Isabella Street is a local road, and it is a dead-end street. There's only one way in and one way out. And, you know, I'm always thinking, okay, EMS, what if it's blocked? There's only one way in, one way out. Like, that's, you know, and there's a river there. So, you know, that to me, there's some logistical issues with that. But it is also a residentially zoned neighborhood, okay? The operation of the grind is still in its infancy, and those are not my words. Those are the words of, you know, Mr. Jerry Novak, who's been, you know, good enough to come and join us tonight. You know, indicating, yeah, like they're just, you know, they're just getting their training wheels off. I mean, when I think infancy, I think you're crawling, you're not even walking. And when you open up a facility of, you know, of this nature, you got to be able to run a marathon. It's a lot of work, right? There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of things to consider. And if you're not even walking yet, I'm not sure if you're prepared to deal with it. But there really wasn't any transparency on the decision-making process to the awarding the location in the first place for the limited operation of Tuesday to Friday and, you know, 11 to 3, and, you know, the neighborhood being supportive of the overall mission and the sentiment of what they're trying to do. We, despite the town hall and despite what appears to me objectively to be an overwhelming response of saying, no, this is not the right place, it happened anyways. It appears that it was kind of steamrolled. There really hasn't been any, I mean, I've asked for it. There's been no transparency on how we actually came to this decision to go forward with it. And I know that there are some councillors here tonight that had issues with the lack of a financial plan that, you know, from the grind to make this happen successfully. There's a general absence of safety procedures, putting staff, volunteers, and clients at risk. I'll give you a quick example of that. The volunteers that I've spoken with have not even had a simple fire drill, okay? And there's been an absence of educational requirement, on-site professionals, and a lack of general experience. I'm not aware of anyone on staff or in the volunteer department that has any meaningful experience on operating something of this nature, okay? Now, there are, you know, people from mental health services who pop in, and there's a doctor who pops in once a week, but that's not who's running it, okay, and overseeing it. Slide, please. Now, this is always up for debate, but I've spoken with a couple, third-party arm's length, solicitors who understand, about these laws, and, the use of the location appears that it may be in contravention to the city's official plan and the bylaws. Saturation, what I mean by that is that when you're looking at a residential neighborhood surrounding a downtown area, let's look at what's there, right? Like, we already have the active living center, and that's a daytime operation, and that, goes pretty smoothly. But there's, activity that goes with that. And then there's the library that's there as well. And we have to take in consideration their foot traffic, their needs, their parking needs, right? We have a small commercial building that's just offices at the end of our block, and there's a daycare and a school and whatnot. And so I just need us to, an impact study really would have given us a clear picture on what this additional stressor would have done to all of those dynamics, right? And I don't think a lease is really not an operating agreement with the city. There is a lease that agrees between the city and the grind facility, but there's no playbook and there's no contingency planning that went along with that. And that has resulted predictably in, pretty solid impact on the surrounding residents. It affects us physically, it affects our privacy, it affects our safety, and it affects our peace. And there's been no outreach. Like I've only been here a certain amount of time, but from who I've canvassed, and there's 15 private residences that immediately surround, and then there's a community beyond that. And I've made some best efforts to reach out to everybody, and I have not come across an instance where there's been any deliberate outreach to the local community, right? And that's really important to make a successful operation with something like this. Like everyone has to get involved. And I think that that's kind of on them to have a playbook for that. The lack of good neighbor policy. So I've done quite a bit of research. I like to be prepared, but honestly, I'm coming here as a student. I'm coming here with 99% questions and maybe 1% of a little bit of knowledge that I've done and some extensive research to my abilities. And it's pretty consistent that whether it's a warming center or shelter or whatever you want to call it, there's something called a good neighbor policy, and that would be something that the grind could design and educate their clientele, right? Like they can continually promote it, continually remind their clientele that, this is how we want to go about our business here. If you want the community to support you, then maybe you shouldn't trespass, maybe you shouldn't litter, maybe we shouldn't, there's things that we can actually do to promote good feelings, right? Good feet forward on this, but that does not exist. And then communication with the grind. So initially, I've been reaching out to all of you. I've been kind of, dripping information over the last 2-3 weeks, I would say, because it's like, okay, yeah, I think that you guys need to be aware. But I've also been trying to, reach out to members of the grind, and there was a pretty delayed response, and the response that I got was, a written letter, but there was no direct contact information on that letter, no email, no phone number. The only phone number that's listed there just goes directly to voicemail if it's not answered between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. Tuesday to Friday. But you're running a daily operation overnight, and we should be able to reach somebody, right? But it was really difficult to do that, and I don't see really a diverse representation on the board as well. Like the board of the grind represents, certain people, and they all have, interested parties and whatnot, but there's no member from council or anyone appointed from council to be represented on that board. There's no member of the direct community that lives there represented on the board. There's no one on the board that's had any meaningful, relevant experience in operating such a facility on the board. And I believe that is, that would most likely contribute to, the issues that we're facing. And to be clear, any one of these things, right, can be addressed, or maybe two of these things. But when you put them all together, right, when all these concerns, when you put them all together as an aggregate whole, what that has done, it's created a pretty urgent situation and a dangerous one. Okay. Next slide, please. So those concerns are somewhat higher level, but I believe that you and everyone listening deserve to know the facts about, and the reality of how this is affecting our day-to-day lives. You know, our reality is, you know, we're living under condition yellow, and it is exhausting. You know, it's exhausting. We live it 24/7. And while volunteers can show up for a couple hours a week or a day a week to make sandwiches, they go home. The members of the board do not live in the area. They get to go home. The staff members do not live in the immediate community. They get to go home. But we're there 24/7, right? And we've lost all aspects of privacy. Loss of sleep, like since they opened it up 24/7, loss of sleep. I am so underslept, and my neighbors are incredibly underslept. My neighbor Marie, who lives, you know, right adjacent to the grind, and she came here with me tonight. She has to put her TV on loud every day to drown out the noise during the day, but she also has to fall asleep to that. Like, she has to turn her TV on to drown out the noise so that she can fall asleep. But of course, the TV wakes her up, and we're all tired, you know. But there's litter, there's human feces on our yards, right? There's large items thrown on our yards. I mean, I could be here for a good hour. I know that I only have a limited amount of time, and I really want to respect that. But I could spend a lot of time going through the details, and we can do that. I mean, if you guys are interested, we can go over the finer points of all the incidents. These are just examples, but there has been 5 abductions or attempted abductions of our pets. Okay, like, they're abducting our pets or trying to. Like, one happened in the last week with my little dog Lenny. I can't. We are under condition yellow all the time. Okay, one dog was actually taken. Now, it was a grind staffer volunteer who noticed that this didn't look right and called the number on the tag, and we were able to have it returned to their respective owners. But I'm telling you, I mean, if you've ever had a beloved pet or have a pet now, you know that these are family. And this is what we have to live with all the time. But disruption to pets too, like when they're loitering and, you know, nearby fences, the dogs are going nuts, so there's increased in barking noise and stuff. But there's constant noise, fighting, arguing, loud talking at all hours of the day or night. And the design, and an impact study may have been able to reveal this before decisions were made, but the design of the grind location and the parking lot, or whatever you want to call it, it has an acoustic quality to it that you could do a Shakespearean play and not need any microphones. Like, we can be talking at this level at night, they might as well be speaking into a megaphone, right? The bright lights, I mean, it is like the fire of 1,000 suns out there, 24/7. Now, we're dealing with that, but I mean, I'm patient for a solution, but I also want to be involved with designing that solution. I don't want to show up and see that they, you know, put a shield up that's not effective. I want to know that it's going to have, you know, and it's also an opportunity for us to follow, like, dark sky policies like what Muskoka has in Huntsville, right? I think we all deserve to see the stars, but the research that I've done shows that putting a shelter in a residentially zoned neighborhood on a road that's designated as local is not going to succeed because of these inevitable, predictable events. It's quite predictable that we're sitting here tonight having this initial conversation, and we also predict that what drives these disruptions will always be present. Just like the good police work that's done, you're never going to stop it. It's always going to be present. And in my list of reality, I mean, there was a recent incident where a large amount of what appeared to be fentanyl was recently found in one of the bathrooms of the grind. I mean, if it was the amount that was reported, that's enough to kill 10,000 people. And I just hate to think what's going to happen if one grain of that got on a volunteer's hand or mouth, or the cleaner, or a client, an innocent client. I mean, we know that that addiction, which I see as a health issue, it's definitely, I think drugs should be decriminalized if anyone wants to know, completely across the board. It's a health issue, right? But the, you know, addictions and mental health go hand in hand, and that is at a root, a very common denominator with the clientele, the grind, and you know that this is going to be present, right? The volunteers that I've spoken with report complete chaos and lack of organization. Now, this is anecdotal at best, but I think it's worth looking into a little bit deeper. And, I'm going to leave out certain details here, which are really concerning, but out of respect for certain individuals' privacy, I don't think that this is a venue to talk about it. I don't want to highlight those here today. Privacy would be at risk, of course, if this, went into a legal proceeding. You can't prevent that. There's no way to circumvent that. But today it makes sense to try and retain the confidentiality, the privacy, and the dignity, right, of everybody, including the volunteers, the staff, us, the clients. I think that we all deserve that, right? Next slide, please. You gotta look at your risks. These are pretty much guaranteed. They're all unacceptable, but the likelihood of these happening, especially the top four and very quickly, are around 99.999%. And I'm not sure how anyone here or involved or exposed to these risks are willing to take that chance. Regarding trust, stakeholders in the public have to trust that the information that we're being given and the general sense of duty of care that is undertaken when you're making decisions for us, right, is not based on speculation. It isn't based on promises. It isn't based on affiliation or familiarity or connection, right? Like, it can't be based on improvisation. And it can't be based on hypothetical, situations and empty promises either. That something like this is serious enough in need, but it's also serious enough in nature that you got to do it the right way if you want it to stick and you want it to be effective, right? And you want to avoid all these things here. I mean, think about the costs associated with a major event, which is going to happen, a major event. Someone's going to get hurt, someone could die, there's going to be property damage, whether it's, a city asset or one of our assets, it's going to happen. And if there's litigation involved, think of the money as you do your budget planning that you're going to need in order to mitigate that or pay for that, right? The media attention, we don't need it. We don't need any more negative media attention. We want to make sure that we're avoiding conflicts of interest, and we need transparency so we can actually avoid all those things, but boost community support, boost donations, open up avenues for funding, and make this thing, stick. Because we're also at risk of losing the entire program itself. Next slide, please. The bottom line is that the way that we're living now goes well beyond the test for loss of enjoyment of our homes, okay? But here's the good news. Then there is good news, right? The good news is that there are strong positive outcomes that can be achieved if we have a measured, thoughtful, collective, collaborative approach. I mean, that's a given, right? There's nuances between what a warming center, I want to have this conversation briefly just to get it out there. There's nuances. What's a warming center? What's a shelter, right? Fundamentally, I mean, a warming center can provide wraparound care. A warming center, and a lot of them do, and I've been looking at all of them. A lot of them do provide a cot so someone can put their feet up, right? And a warming center can also be a cooling center in hot weather or during power outages. They're typically held in, civic centers and whatnot, but it has nothing to do with beds or chairs. It has more to do with the level of entry or the bureaucracy that a client, a user of the shelter, would have to face to gain access, right? So a warming center has very little barriers to access, whereas a shelter has more of a registration program. Like if you're going to register at a shelter, you're going to have a designated space. This is your name. This is, you know what I mean? Like it's a lot more formal, a lot more paperwork, whereas a warming center, very, very low barriers to access that. I believe that that's really what defines the difference. But we're not here to talk about cots versus chairs and beds. If the grind, researched and followed some of the same rules and policies set by other organizations that are operating successfully, perhaps a few cots and dimmed lights and designated quiet time, right, at the location would provide their clients with much needed rest and sleep. But right now, this is the reality. It's an in and out policy. There is not one staffer from the grind on site overnight. I'm going to repeat that. There's not one staffer from the grind attending the overnight program. There are 2 security guards that have basic first aid and mental first aid. Those are the limits of their training. And it's an in and out policy. You can go in, you can go out. You can go in, you can go out. Other organizations that run these successfully would have designated times to go out, a limited number of people, and someone from the staff would actually go outside with them. Right? This is just a free-for-all. So if the city wants a shelter program, and I believe you do, I know I do, I know that you're going to be really happy to know that there's so many resources out there, a long list of successful operations that we can model after, and this is what's going to happen. Bottom line, we're going to have better outcomes for clients. We can increase donations. We can create employment opportunities, right? Maybe even for the clients themselves. There's more revenue opportunities. It creates a stability for the grind itself and what they want to do. I believe that there's a massive opportunity for the grind to do what they want to do, but do it in a much bigger way. The health and safety for all stakeholders are going to increase. There's courses that are available for the existing staff to take and increase their competency levels, right? And that includes the board of directors. You would be surprised to see the minimum requirement of education and courses and defined length of course that goes for even the board of directors in these organizations, not just for the staff and not just for the volunteers. The board of directors are required to take minimum level of, accreditation and courses in order to do what it is that they do. All right, slide please. But it all starts with a proper location. So I have searched and I have made requests for everything that you see here. The only information that I've been able to get back is a copy of the lease between the city and the grind. And I can only assume because none of these exist. Because, I was looking for, okay, what was your process? What was the data? I'm very process and data driven. That's just my gig. But what was your process? What was your data that drove your decisions for the location, including planning, zoning, official plan? What studies, consultations, records do you have on that? What operating agreement, contracts, and insurance requirements? I don't think a $2 million insurance policy, that's enough for me with a single family dwelling. That's grossly inadequate, right, for what they're doing there. And what sort of agreement did the city want to have with respect to monitoring this? There's nothing. And that's really scary. There's no transparency on the ability of the grind staff to deliver this type of program in a consistent manner. I am not aware of anyone on staff that has any experience or licensing or accreditations to pull this off. And you know what? I want to make it crystal clear. That does not mean that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. That does not mean that they're not suitable for this type of work. But for their own very protection, they should be working with someone on site that does, right? Until they are able to gain that experience themselves. There was no financial plan, and I know that there was a couple members here that, you know, had an issue and voted against it because there was a lack of a financial plan. You know, if a legal opinion was provided, I know that that's protected by client-attorney privilege here, you know, at the city level, but was that done by an arm's-length firm? Do we maybe want to get more than one? I have received nothing because nothing exists, right? Without this information, we are at a loss about how this program was launched with any sort of duty of care to the community. Slide, please. So while we don't have nearly all the answers, a rational approach would probably likely be to first and foremost take a pause, right? We need to pause. Study, plan, execute would be the next, as opposed to, you know, shoot, ready, aim approach. Referring back to the slide outlining the immediate risks, you can immediately remove those risks if you pause this operation. Okay? It appears that the city does have levers embedded in the lease contract, and we respectfully request that you exercise those, okay, in support of the community, the local residents, based on just the disruptions and loss of enjoyment of our homes alone. That can be exercised because that is embedded in the lease, okay? There's more than one point of the lease that's in breach at this time. So there's more than one lever that can be pulled, and we are respectfully asking that you do it. Right? Because this can escalate. It will escalate. We don't want that. So this concludes, you know, my formal presentation, but, you know, we do have supporting material that we can share that includes more detail on the nature and the frequency of the disruptions and the incidents, video recordings, pictures, other evidence, stuff like that. And my last comment, when I was at the grind last night, the only suggestion that was given to me by the top team there was to call the OPP. That was the only recommendation. That was the only suggestion, is to call the OPP. Well, thankfully the OPP was there, and they acknowledged that they don't have the resources to monitor this location 24/7, and nor should they have to. Calling the OPP is not a preventative measure. Calling the OPP is burdensome. Calling the OPP is not going to prevent future incidents. It's a whack-a-mole approach. Increasing police supervision and security and presence in our neighborhood, I'm telling you right now, and I want to make this really clear, we are not interested in living in a high-security environment. It's been a complete 180 from previous existence to now. It's been an immediate 180. We are not interested in having to increase the cost of the city every time 911's called. But you know what? And you know, I've had some comments. Well, why aren't you reporting it? Why aren't you calling the police? Why aren't you calling the police? When the community was initially consulted about this, I think it's fair to say that the majority of feedback was not this location, please, it doesn't make sense, and it was steamrolled. And the general consensus is that no one cares, and that there's collusion, and it doesn't matter if we complain. I'm going to believe that that's not true, right? Because I don't even think that these conversations have even been had yet, really. I think that there was an impassioned town hall, everyone wanted, you know, to help, and everyone needed a decision, and I get it, I get the passion, right? But when the passion settles, that's when the hard work begins. But playing whack-a-mole with the cops is not going to prevent a major incident, it's not going to mitigate your risks, and we refuse to live in a high-security environment. I really appreciate your time to listen to us. I appreciate this process. I'm glad it exists. And all of you have been, over the last, couple of weeks, have been really great about receiving the feedback. So we do appreciate that as well. But I'm open to any questions you may have.
Okay, open up to council for questions and comments at this time. Councillor Lefrenier?
I want to thank you for coming, and I want to thank you for, the neighbors, for reaching out to me. I mean, I've been supportive of the grind from get-go. I'm not going to say, it was a passion decision at the time. I can talk to you, I won't belabor it. I can give you the history of how it all came to be. And like I said, I won't go into it tonight, but we'll have a discussion about that. It does concern me what's happening. And I know that when it was granted to have the warming center, I think we all just thought, great, because there was so much publicity and news about all these homeless people living under the bridge, and what are they going to do in the winter, and all of a sudden the grind, because you're right, it's passion. They do have a passion to help. Maybe not all the T's are crossed, not all the I's are dotted, but I know obviously we saw a need, so we approved that happening. Now I hear everything you're saying. It disturbs me, some of the things that are happening, all of the things that are happening, and I know if it was next door to my house, I would be equally concerned. It's unfortunate because I know that the neighbors that were opposing it originally have said, things were going pretty good, and they were starting to, embrace that it was there. Some of them are volunteering there. So I was, quite disheartened that these things are happening, to you in that neighborhood. So we will be working on this, and I want you to know that I think we're all taking this seriously, and we will be discussing it with the volunteers and the management at the grind. It wasn't a knee-jerk reaction, but yes, possibly looking back, maybe this type of overnight facility, it shouldn't be an in and out thing, like a drop in and out. It should be controlled more if it's going to happen. I know you're saying put a pause on it. Well, we'll have to talk about that around the table and discuss it with the grind. We certainly don't want anything to happen. Anyway, thank you. So we are taking this very seriously.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What type of time frame do you think is reasonable for us to be patient?
I don't know. I mean, to me, it is an urgent issue. Mayor, do you have any comments?
So if I may, so thank you for coming this evening, and certainly we've received the delegation. If the committee wishes, then what would happen is we would direct that the matter come back at a future time after having some consultation with staff and to review it. So I think the hesitancy in terms of the time frame is so that we don't commit to a particular time, and then it's like, you said 30 days and you didn't address it yet. So that's what the challenge is, and to gather the information. As we discussed last night, the OPP at my request are doing a focus patrol. I do not have any information. That information then should go to the CAO and then ultimately come to the to council as well. So certain things have to come together. It may be that the grind wants to make a presentation in terms of from their point of view as well. So being cognizant of all those things, I don't have, and nor will I commit to a particular time frame because I don't have that answer for you tonight.
I have Councillor Keel up first.
So, thank you for coming, for everyone for coming. Certainly for me, this is a difficult one because my brain supports both sides. I'll be fully honest with you. I read all of your concerns and I accept all of them. As I spoke to you before, I'm a bit of a night owl. I've driven out a couple times after 11:30, after midnight, and there's shouting and there's loud talking and there's a shriek at one point and then some giggling. I wouldn't put up with that if I was a neighbor. I would have called the police. At the same time, and I know you said this, which is what makes me comfortable saying this now, the work that the grind is doing is exceptional for our community. It's filling a need in our community that the city itself could never afford in terms of money and staff time and everything to do. It's doing exactly what every council would love, which is having people step up and fill in for a social need. I recognize that this is not a NIMBY argument. This is a not in my backyard argument, because in theory we were fine with the grind in its present location. This is a situational concern. And I think, I'm learning very quickly on this council that nothing happens quickly. At the same time, for this kind of an issue, I don't know how the city can't act quickly. The city's a landlord in this. I don't want to put my lawyer hat on while sitting around the council table. You're the one that raised litigation. Obviously, a court, if asked, would potentially consider shutting this down without waiting for us to get data, have the staff report, bring it back to a meeting, listen to the grind. And I'm not trying to scare council or show up council. That's the reality is if this went to litigation for an emergency motion at the courthouse, a judge would consider whether or not to shut it down right now. And we're not going to wait, 2 weeks or 30 days or till spring. So my only concern is that I think this needs to be looked at as quickly as we can, as delicately as we can, because again, I'm a huge supporter of both sides. I want you to be able to get a good night's rest, and you deserve to be able to get a good night's rest. But I just as equally want the grind's work to continue for those citizens that in some ways for their health, their safety, are completely reliant on the grind as human beings. So in terms of my comments for around this table, it would just be that I really would like to see this dealt with as quickly as this city hall could deal with something. But also that this needs to be a delicately handled situation.
It was quickly anointed a shelter, a warming center, without any community consultation. I know you guys can act quickly, right? And there are precedents. I'm really, really challenged to find a successful facility like this that's located in a residentially zoned area. And there's precedent-setting cases, recent ones, where they fail in court because of that. So again, I know that you guys need to have your due process and whatnot, but this has revealed itself to be what it is very quickly. Very quickly. So things are I think that this is a very, it's an urgent issue. I use the word urgent, and it requires some urgent attention. And, while we were patient, there was opposition to the Grimes location and being awarded that location just for a Tuesday to Friday daytime, limited daytime operation. Right?
Okay, I've got Councillor Purcell, a couple other councils to get through questions.
All right.
First of all, thank you, Krista, for your presentation. I really do appreciate that. I did have the opportunity to, drop in and also do a couple drive-bys and just see the types of activities that are happening and occurring in your neighborhood as a result of the operations in terms of the grind. It's unfortunate that, that it's putting the residents in this position. Unfortunately, the decision was made at the previous council in regards to the location of this type of facility. That being said, I did stop in last week, and I did have same concerns in regards to the safety. And as a former health and safety officer at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, I did have some concerns in regards to the safety of the staff. When I dropped in, particularly last week, there was OPP were present, and there was only a single staff member that was present, holding down the fort. There was nobody else, just a single volunteer. So in a working alone type of situation. So I hear your concerns. I've definitely looked at the videos that have been provided, the information that's been provided, and I empathize solely with the situation that you're in. In terms of light pollution and those kinds of things, I had the same kind of situation with developments in regards to putting up great big lights in parking lots. Unfortunately, I live behind the hospital, and there was an expansion at that time, and I had the same type of issues in terms of it was lighting up my whole entire yard in terms of parking lots. And I did present at council, and I really didn't get the support that I needed in terms of, moving some of these initiatives forward, and had to take it upon myself to spray paint them and do the things that I needed to do. So it's unfortunate. So you have my 100% agreement that I will definitely expedite as much as I can as a councillor on this particular council. And I do recognize the benefit in terms of that the grind provides. I wholeheartedly believe in it, as also as a former health and safety and wellness proponent. I think what we need to do is also look at opportunities where the county can help us. Pembroke is a catchment area because people come to Pembroke because we have supports and resources available. We have addiction treatment services. We have mental health supports and services. We have the grind. One of the things that's lacking right now is when people come to the area and get the treatment that they really need is lodging. They don't have a place to stay. And that's a bigger problem. And I recognize that, and I think we have an opportunity to work together with the community, engaged in the community as partners to make this work, or to move things forward and find a solution that meets everybody's needs. So we're always looking for these win-win type of opportunities, and that's what we need to look for. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jacquino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming. It's nice to see that dialogue still exists. If there's dialogue, there's always a solution. When the dialogue stops, there is no solution. You pointed out a number of things, such as a good neighborhood plan, which I think really may be crucial to helping offset the situation that you're faced with. Circadian rhythms are important. You need sleep. I was in a situation when I visited Kosovo, or was with the military. I didn't sleep properly for 7 days. And I'm going to tell you, it affects your mental psyche, your ability to function, your ability to make decisions, and that cannot continue. The ideal that the dialogue is existing, that you have met with people, and maybe your solutions and your looking at the overall picture of how you've been treated sort of at the last minute may not particularly adhere to what you want to hear, but I think there's an opportunity for some sort of a solution. I know the shelter in Ottawa on George Street, has similar, if not worse, situations where people are stabbed, drug deals are taking place. It goes on. I don't think we've come to that point yet. I don't want to see it come to that point. And if it was in my neighborhood, I'd have the same feeling as Councillor Lafreniere alluded to. I wouldn't want that happening on my front lawn.
It is happening on our front
And you have a
lawns.
certain right, and there's got to be a certain amount of respect to protect your right as a citizen. Of course, as humanitarians, and as you said, you want to make sure that people have a place to live. You sent that to me in an email. I had been there one day and helped pack lunches with Jerry Novak's team just to get the feel for what was going on. This was some time ago. The shelter wasn't open yet for overnight accommodation, but I'm going to tell you, that key point of entry at that door, when you hand somebody a lunch that's pretty hungry, is pretty moving. And there didn't seem to be a problem. They took the lunch, and I knew what that meant to them as a human being. You could see it in their face. You could see it in their demeanor, that they were downtrodden, and they were looking for a hand up. They weren't looking for somebody to kick them down. They were looking for a hand up. And I think the grind was established for that particular purpose. And this dialogue and your perceptions of what is happening, I think has opened my eyes a little bit too. And I think if the dialogue exists, solutions will happen. I just want to thank you for coming here and stating your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Krista, for coming, and in the neighborhood for coming tonight. And we realize your concerns, and you and I met last week with your husband, and we had a very candid conversation for over an hour. And I know Jerry Novak is in the audience, and Jerry wears his heart on his sleeve with the grind, and they mean well, they do well. I know he's reached out to Renfrew County many times for assistance, and they did provide assistance during COVID, but it's still something, as Councillor Purcell mentioned, we do need a unified approach, and we need partnerships. And I am no expert on homelessness and addiction. I'm here to listen. I'm still learning. Jerry and I have talked about this before. There's no permanent or temporary supportive homeless shelter in Pembroke. There's no proper addiction services for long-term in the county. There's here and there, but the bigger cities get the funding, and this is something we have to fight for. Permanent supportive shelter for those who need it, those who want the help. The lack of affordable housing. And we can talk about community safety well-being plan once it gets implemented, but actions speak louder than words. So we need to come up with a solution. And when the grind was created, I always said that our challenges, our problems in the community with addiction and homelessness and et cetera, is bigger than the grind. The grind cannot do it alone, but they're trying. And so I pledge to you, we need to find a solution. But I have a question for you. And you said pause, and just to get clarification, do you mean pause the warming center right away? Or do you mean pause all activities right away?
I believe pausing and finding an alternative immediately for the warming center is definitely in order.
Right.
As far as the overall location, when I was speaking with Deacon Adrian after, our discussion last night, we were there for an hour and a half, and also Mr. Novak was there, and the passion is there, and the genuine level of care is there. That's why it was so important for me to actually have access to and be able to speak to these two gentlemen who are spearheading this, the grind in person. So much context can be lost in email and text, right? I think it's really important for us to meet personally, and it was really clear to me how genuine the motives are. And so I was really happy to see that. But towards the end of it, and when I was talking with Deacon Adrian, I said, you know what? You need to dream a little bigger here. You're playing whack-a-mole. And I said this to Deacon Adrian, I said, I believe that there's a diplomatic solution to just about everything, including the Russia-Ukraine conflict, right? What it requires is everyone involved to come to the table and be able to talk about it. We have the resources. There are solutions out there. We need to be motivated to actually look for those solutions. I am no expert, but I have done enough research over the last month to tell you with a ton of confidence that putting a shelter in a residential neighborhood is going to fail. So I think that we should be looking for a long-term solution. As far as the immediate operation goes, I'm the one that actually witnesses the clients of the grind getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning when it's -20 or colder and having to go out, because that's when they're able to put security staff in there. They actually have to leave at 8 in the morning when it's -20 outside. And it's inhumane to me to provide something to someone but not provide it all the way. And I think fundamentally that's what's happening here. from logistical to just the way it was started, to the way it's been funded, to the location, to everything, the health and safety, the lack thereof, the lack of policies, everything about it has been quarter measure, not even half measure. And it's, I am witness not just of, all the other stuff. I'm witness to the pain, the suffering, right? I'm no stranger to having housing insecurity. I had to leave home when I was very young and on my own and ran the gamut. I lived in Toronto for many years and lived amongst, I've got friends who live at Dundas and Sherbourne. If you don't know where that is, you know what? Take an Uber. Hang out there for a little while, right? These are, and the people who, live in these communities and attend the shelters there, and now these are on, on arterial roads, and it's expected, it's the way it is. Like, they actually become your community. We know their names. When one got, run over by a construction vehicle a few months back and died, we knew who that was. And that's a loss.
Chris,
So-
I'd just like to say thank you. Not to cut you off, but we do have other presentations and
Yeah.
we need to move on. So we've had a pretty lively debate here and conversation. If there are any other final comments?
No, just thank you, and you were willing, obviously, to be part of the solution, to work out the solution.
Yeah, I think that first, the health and safety for everyone concerned, we need to have people on site, not just a couple of security guards. You need to up it immediately and make sure that the activities outside are being monitored 24/7. That is an immediate measure that I think can be handled pretty quickly, and that will allow everyone the chance to breathe and look at long-term solutions. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Single. Okay, our next presentation is the PBA Public Parking Overview Analysis and Strategic Presentation. If there's any members that wish to leave the gallery, they're certainly welcome to. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Take it away. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for allowing the PBIA to present here this evening. We appreciate your time, and I also want to say thank you to staff, especially Colleen Sorial, who has been working very closely with us in developing this plan and working towards our strategic goals to achieve in regards to public parking and downtown parking. So, the PBIA, the Pembroke Business Improvement Area, promotes downtown Pembroke as a thriving business hub, a vital neighborhood, and a destination to be experienced. We achieve this through beautification, preservation, promotion, and advocacy for the members and the area. Our vision for downtown Pembroke is to be a vibrant, diverse, and engaging area where businesses thrive and communities come together to create memories. Now, this is the mission and vision that we established in our strategic plan that we completed in 2022 that will take us through to 2025. As part of that strategic plan, we recognized that parking and the perception of parking in downtown was an area that we needed to focus on. I guess next slide. So tonight we're going to be presenting our parking strategy as it stands right now. So what we have developed this past summer and then into the winter is we created some new parking maps so that we could clearly promote where you can park in the downtown area. These maps were distributed all across Renfrew County at hotels and major tourist areas. We developed them in-house, and we worked with city staff as well to make sure that we were not missing anything important. Then we launched the winter ones, and we added a few things. We had got direction from Justin Allen, who put in a request that we include the electric vehicle parking station, so we were able to add that. It's the joy of being able to do these in-house as well, because we have a great designer on staff, Levi Post, so he can update them and change them with the seasons and as the regulations change. So that's what we've been doing. We spent a lot of time this summer, a lot of staff hours doing research, surveys, and gathering data to figure out where the issues lied with it parking in the downtown. So we looked at all the meters that we had and where the meters were located. We took a long walk and looked at all the signage to see how we could make it more clear and concise and uniform throughout the downtown. This is an example of all the signage that currently exists and where the main parking signs are right now. The biggest thing that we gathered from the data, just get the next slide. The biggest thing we gathered from the data, and this was our summer student, took 6 weeks going out twice a day, every day, to count how many people were parked in spots. So what we gathered from that data was during what we consider peak times, 53% of the metered spots were filled and 70% of the spots in the lots were filled. So what that let us know is that we have enough spots downtown. We don't have a shortage of places that people can park. So what is the issue? The issue we found was that perhaps through our public survey, one of the biggest things you'll find is when we asked if you rarely come downtown, why? And one of the biggest reason was they cannot find parking or they have an issue with parking. So we knew that we had to do a better job with letting people know where they can park, when they can park, for how long and for how much. And that's why we developed those maps. The other big thing we took away from this is that people are willing to either walk more than 800 meters from their parking spot to their destination or less than 200 meters. So that we're successful in that, and the fact that we have lots as well as on-street parking to accommodate both of those thought processes. So in part of our ask today, we're looking at creating a clear and concise message when it comes to parking. So when you come downtown Pembroke, you can park in municipal lots for free. On-street parking is metered. The one lot that we were looking at creating to be free is the Shamrock lot. Now, when we took the projected revenue for 2022 from the city, and we figured out that the cost per meter would be $396 per year. So when you put that into Shamrock Park, the total revenue loss over the year would be just over $4,700. We realized that cost would need to be mitigated. So what we are proposing as well to mitigate that loss of revenue would be to relaunch the successful parking meter sponsorship program. So this was a program that was launched in 2014 and ran for quite a few years. And then with COVID and everything, it kind of fell by the wayside. But what it means is we were successfully sponsoring anywhere from 8 to 12 parking spots in a year. And what that means is it's a guaranteed income stream because you get people to sign up or commit to a minimum of 6 months. It's $50 a month. We create a decal and it says, thanks for parking, thanks for supporting downtown, park for free, compliments of whatever the business is. And it's not something, because of how much downtown is growing in our marketing, we know that we'd be able to partner with not just downtown businesses, but other local partners and groups that are committed to the prosperity of downtown. So we are asking for, can you go back to that one? Yeah, sorry. So what we really would like to see to work with the city and cooperation and partnership would be getting more lot signage to be updated so it's all clear, concise, and cohesive. To add additional directional signing for the green P parking signs so that if you're coming to one, whether you're coming from the east, the west, north, or south, there is directional signing for that. To create a permanently 3-hour parking in the Shamrock and the Market Square lot. Also to mitigate some of the cost of the loss of revenue for Shamrock, we would look at moving the patio that we have on Albert Street that takes up 2 prime parking spots. We would look at moving those to another location where the parking spots aren't used as frequently, so you could still you'd regain the revenue from those 2 prime parking spots. We really want to do this because the marketing is clear and simple. When we post about it, when we talk about it, it's free. When you come to downtown Pembroke, we don't want people to have to think about parking. We want people to come to Pembroke, that's the last thing that they have to think about. So if it's clear and concise, where you park on the street, you pay to park on the street, you pay for those prime spots, or park in the lot, you can stay for 3 hours or 2 hours in the lot, enjoy yourself, walk around. And it just makes it easier to be able to market it that way. This is just an example of some of the mock-up signs that we created to make it a little bit more, like I said, clear and concise. A lot of the signage, if you look in the package, a lot of the signage is really good about telling people where they can't park and when they can't park, but we're not doing a very good job at telling people where they can park and when they can park. So just to make it more clear, as well as when you pull up to a metered spot, you don't know until you get out of your car, get up to the meter, how much it's going to be. So we would like to see signs before the meters on the post saying metered spots are X amount, so that you know, oh, I've got to find my money before I get out of the car, not get out, look at the meter, go back to your car to get change, and so on. That's really the gist of what we wanted to put forth today. I know it's been a long night already, so I hope everyone had a chance to read the report, because I didn't want to go in detail through too much every single slide, but I am happy to hear any questions or comments.
Have the deputy mayor up first.
Thank you. Thank you, Bethia. I've had the pleasure of sitting on the PBA for 4 years, and the mayor appointed me again. And, you know, we used to have a store downtown, George Vidal Furniture, 27 Pembroke Street West, block at the bridge. And I remember years ago selling a Maytag washer, and I was right in my hype, and I had my pitch going well, and it was going well. And the gentleman and his wife said, "Oh, we have to go, Brian. Why?" "Oh, I got to put 25 cents in the meter." And they never came back. But they came back the next week. But this goes to show things haven't changed downtown. We still have parking. It's always an issue downtown. So I want to commend the PBA and your staff and the consultant and the summer student for coming up with this 3-pronged approach: signage, 3-hour park in the Market Square and Shamrock Park, and also meter sponsorship. I know some of the councillors, last time we voted on the 3 hours at Shamrock Park, the last council, they were concerned, so the city is going to recoup some of the money for this meter sponsorship. So that's a great thing. Councillor Keel and I were talking last week about more EV chargers in the downtown core, you know, at the Market Square, maybe at Shamrock Park. And we had an ORES meeting last night, and I mentioned it slightly. So it's something that I'll bring up at ORES. But I think this is a good solution. It's a good start. And we mentioned last night at the meeting putting QR codes on the map, so the customer can scan it with their phone also, accessibility. So it's an education process, it's a marketing process. Downtown is vibrant, you know, every summer, every year it's growing, and it's a good start. And I'm very glad that staff support the recommendations of the PBA, and it's all about partnerships. So I want to thank you again.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you. Just a comment. It's in regards to the number of accessible parking spots. We're a little shy on those spots based on IOTA. Just wondering, you know, seeing the demographics changing, definitely it's not meeting the Ontario government requirements in terms of number of spaces. Based on the 550, just a little bit short, but I'd like to see that up to like 5 or 6% in terms of the total number of spaces. I don't know if this has gone through I'm the accessibility chair, so I know it hasn't gone through there, but I do think that that's an opportunity to designate a few more spots as accessible parking.
Thank you. Councillor Frenny?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Purcell. I mean, accessible, I think most of the people that want to park right on Main Street probably have accessibility issues. So I would like to see more of the spots right on Main Street become accessible. So even if you could have a concentration of them there, I think that that would suit. They'd be larger spots. So yeah, I definitely support that. I hope you'd think about that. I know we'd have to rearrange maybe some meters, but I really think that's important because I think a lot of able-bodied don't mind walking from the lots, but we are an aging population. So I would say, you know, years ago I said, let's remove it all from Main Street. And I'm still of that mind, but I know that there's people that want to be close to the stores. And anyway, that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Jacquino? Oh, sorry, I thought you. Deputy Mayor?
Hi. We met last night, PBA online, and I mentioned accessible spots, and Bethia, you had an answer for that, but Ms. Soriel, can you comment on that? There's 4 accessible spots downtown at the meters, as I understand, and there's some regulation about adding more or something. Can you just comment on that?
So under the province's new guidelines for accessibility and accessible parking spaces, anything that's along the street has to have an extra little area so that there's room or width for a person to step out to be able to go around their vehicle, and there has to be room on both sides of the vehicle. So our roadway widths don't accommodate for that type of parking. So they're going to have to be parking spaces within a parking lot. And when we do create new ones, we do have to, even within the parking lot, have to abide by those strips that are there. So they're a lot wider than they can. But we could look at inside a parking lot, but along the streets, they won't work. They won't meet the provincial guidelines.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we all want accessibility, and the committee, your committee, you can look at that. Thank you.
Councillor Keel?
Thank you, Bethia, for presenting. The one thing that struck me when I was reading this was how much simpler I think this is to sell. That parking in a lot is free, but parking on the street immediately in front of the store is going to cost you a little bit of money. I think that is very easy to publicly get around, and I think what your data showed, and I love that you came equipped with data, was that this really is a perception problem for the most part. So I think for that reason, I'm certainly supportive of things. I might have a little bit of concern about recouping some of the costs and wondering why we can't make it revenue neutral as opposed to mostly covering it. But I think that'll be a better discussion for later when we actually talk about things. With respect to the accessibility things, I think everyone around this table is realizing that I don't really accept no for an answer that easily. I think I would like us to perhaps speak with John and maybe some higher up accessibility organizations, because I find it hard to believe that they would rather no additional spots on a road than spots that have to conform to, frankly, a width standard that I'm guessing doesn't fit in most municipalities on a road. So maybe we could find somebody willing to petition the government on that one to see if a middle ground can't be met. I certainly appreciate and understand in parking lots that extra space makes so much sense, especially, I mean, we're all of us in this room are old enough to remember when a handicap spot was the same width as a normal parking spot, and that made no sense. But I mean, I would like to think that if the answer is no, you can't have anything, or you can have this middle ground, that most people would probably want the middle ground. But that's not something obviously the city can do, but perhaps it's something the partners can petition.
Any other comments, questions? Then seeing none, I'm sure there'll be a staff report coming forward for council to discuss this and move forward, action some items. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you for your time.
All right, that concludes the presentations. Next up is new business. Supply and delivery of one single-axle cab chassis over combination dump body sprayer unit with hydraulic pump, flow, and wing. Request proposal 22-11. Mr. Lewis, welcome to the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department recommends the following. Committee approve the award for the supply and delivery of one single-axle cab and chassis with combination dump body spreader unit with hydraulic plow and wing. Request for proposal number P-22-11 to Francis Canada Truck Centre in the amount of $266,700 plus HST. In March of 2022, the Operations Department received approval for the procurement of an additional snowplow combination unit in 2022, with delivery expected in 2023. This unit adds to the city's fleet to accommodate additional plowing that will be required upon completion of new developments that are presently being constructed within the city. As with many suppliers and manufacturers, truck and plowing equipment is still suffering from the slowdowns caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, with many unable to fulfill orders in the same time frame as they could have pre-pandemic, hence the pre-procurement and the delay in delivery. The Operations Department publicly advertised an RFP for a single-axle truck with roll-off options for plowing, sanding and salting, and dump truck equipment, but was unsuccessful in meeting available budget. So subsequently, the department publicly advertised a second RFP, being P-22-11, for the supply and delivery of a standardized single-axle combination dump body spreader unit with plow and wing. The RFP closed on December 22nd of 22, and 2 proponents submitted bids. The proposals were reviewed and evaluated by a panel of 3. That was the Supervisor of Roads and Fleet, the Sub-Foreman of Roads and Fleet, and the Chief Mechanic. All scoring was done individually, and the compiling of scoring to recommend a proponent was monitored by the Purchasing Manager, Deputy Treasurer. Proposals were reviewed and evaluated in accordance with the predetermined criteria, and that's noted in the reports that's before you. The recommendation was derived by using a bang-for-your-buck approach. Each proposal was scored on the technical merit, excluding the consideration of cost, and once this was completed, the total score of each proposal was divided by the proposal cost to obtain a points per dollar measurement of the proposal. The proposal with the greatest points per dollar was selected, as it represents the greatest value for the corporation. A summary of the scores is provided in the attached Table 1, with the value represented in points per 10,000. Based on the review, the Evaluation Committee believes the proposal from Francis Canada Truck Centre offers the best value for the project. The financial implications of this purchase will not be felt until 2024, as the anticipated delivery is in the second quarter of 2024, the funds coming from the capital budget, as it is an addition to the fleet and not a replacement of current equipment. Therefore, it does not come from the fleet reserves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Mayor?
Motion to accept the recommendation to purchase the vehicle.
Do we have a second? Councillor Keel? Any further comments? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Approved. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next up is the offer to purchase a portion of city-owned land on McGee Street. Ms. Soriel.
Good evening. So Council and Caucus direction was provided on April 5th, 2022 to proceed with the sale of land adjacent to 357 McGee Street, subject to a survey being completed and a legal undertaking being provided to ensure that the land being sold merges with 357 McGee Street. The city has now received the survey to complete this land transfer. A request has been received by Jude and Quincy Alexander to purchase a portion of city-owned land abutting their property at 357 McGee. They would like to build a 2-unit dwelling house at this location. However, the lot size for 357 McGee Street is too small to accommodate the proposed development. So the present zoning is R2-S, which is R2, a slope stability, which permits a building with 2 units, subject to it being 98.42 feet from the top of the bank. The existing lot is set back more than the 98.2 feet from the top of the bank. There is flooding that typically occurs annually in this area, but according to photographs taken during a flooding season, it would appear that only the front portion of this lot receives flood waters. Therefore, to be able to purchase additional area to become a lot addition to 357 McGree Street allows the house to be set back deeper into the lot and thus have less flooding issues. To add this portion of city property to 357 McGee would allow the property to meet all the lot frontage, lot area, lot depth, and setback requirements for a 2-dwelling unit. The Operations Department has reviewed this request to determine if there's a need for the city to retain a portion of the city-owned land, and it's the Operations Department's opinion that this portion of land along McGee Street could be sold. The city has no need for the lot. Servicing to this new development can be off of McGee Street. The applicant has offered $1,000 plus HST for the purchase of this land. It would be the responsibility of the purchaser to pay for the survey, which they have, and all the legal costs associated with the transfer. And the city has in the past sold similar pieces of land that are undevelopable on their own for $1,000 plus HST. And there is a bylaw before council this evening.
Councillor Keel?
I did read in your report that, that council in the past, I suppose, has sold off this type of land for $1,000. How is that ever arrived at? I mean, as far as I can tell, we're more than doubling this lot size for $1,000. I mean, lots in Pembroke right now are going for $50,000, $60,000 a vacant lot. So I have no concerns with any of the rest of your report, but I'm not even remotely happy that we're selling this for $1,000. So I don't know where this number comes from, if we've appraised anything in the last couple decades, but I won't support this at $1,000.
There is an offer to purchase also on the land that was agreed to, so just so that you're aware. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Frenny?
So I've been around this council table while we have sold land for that price. So I'm wondering, when was the last time we got an assessment on those properties? Because I too have wondered about the $1,000. And I know they're odd pieces of land. Like the frontage alone on this portion of land would not be sufficient to do anything. So in essence, it's like waste land if no one does buy it. And we're going to be increasing the assessment because someone builds on it. So it is a benefit to the city, because who else wants that land? It's no use to us. But I would like to know, when was the last time we got sort of estimates on little pieces of land like this? So
Because they were odd pieces of land, that's why we felt that they weren't, marketable. So we haven't had an assessment, an appraisal done, because there is a certain cost to that as well. And we figured that it would cost more for the appraisal than for the piece of property. So that's why they've been going at $1,000. We can change that. You can go with appraisals in the future if you'd like.
Councillor Jackno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Soriol. It is an oddball piece of property, but can we put an assessment on the property based on, taking an average size lot by square footage and saying, well, a lot that's 20 by 50 would be worth so much a square foot, and then placing that same value on that piece of property, because land is still land. Doesn't matter what the configuration is. You could still plant a garden on that property, but putting an assessment on it based on, I can't say market value, because market value would not apply to this, but based on the fact that a square foot of land is worth so much, so it should be worth as much there as it is somewhere else. Perhaps a solution?
His worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've only had one PDAC meeting to date of this particular council, just for the benefit of councillors, and as Councillor Keel would know, one of the items that I was bringing forward and that came through the Economic Development Group is to, or the Economic Development Office, is to try and identify what lands that the City of Pembroke owns and get an inventory. We were told that there is an inventory, so we'll work our way through that to look at what is it, and I'd like to think that step one is identifying what it is, and I hear Councillor Keel's point, and so let's identify what it is that we have, and my understanding is that there are certain lots, like for instance, after, if this was to pass, there's going to be a substantial lot or a buildable lot, one would hope, left over, and so if step one, we identify what it is that we own, because not all land is equal, is I think what some councillors are saying. So some, it's a sliver here, and so is it $1,000 or what have you. I'd like to think that that's step two then, to work with staff to try and identify certain properties. Let's try and figure out what that's worth. Other properties, it's a full-on lot, for instance, on, and I keep picking on this one on Market Street, but there's a full-on parkette, which is a lot, sitting there. And so on Elizabeth Street, I'm aware that a property, just the property, sold for $120,000. So what's that one worth? It's sure as heck isn't $1,000. So then if we're able to identify what lands that perhaps the City of Pembroke is able to market and sell, before you did that, if council was agreement with that, is identifying what is the value, knowing that certain lands obviously we must retain, whether it's that there's perhaps there's water or sewer or something running across it that we don't see an easement as being satisfactory. We want to retain the entire ownership of it. But I do hear what Councillor Keel is saying, and point well taken. And so if we can get past the ones that there's agreements that have been agreed to or accepted, and if we're allowed to get through that process of identify the lands, figure out what they are, which ones is it that are possibly marketable, and then identify and figure out, well, what's the value of this versus other ones, and maybe I'd like to think that that's a way forward then to get more land in private landowners' hands, get houses built, increase assessment, and do all of that. But point well taken. Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Chair, to Ms. Soriel. So the resident wants to buy this land and build a duplex? Okay, so that's going to increase assessment. And the other question I have for you is, if John Smith wanted to buy this land, could he build on it in its existing condition?
Through you, no, the lot is too small at this
Yeah.
particular point.
So he can't build on it, but this resident wants to purchase it, could have built a duplex, could increase assessment, the infill of the neighborhood, the streetscape's going to improve. So I have no issue with approving this. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, as this will be before council this evening? Thank you. Next item is More Homes Built Faster Act and Impact City Development Charges Bylaw.
Okay, my report won't be as long as 2 weeks ago. So this was a question that came out of the committee asking about based on the changes to the More Homes Built Faster Act were in place, what financial impact would that have on the city's development charges reserves? So again, the new act states that the amount of development charges imposed under an existing development charges bylaw for different types of housing would be reduced by 20% for the first year of the development charges bylaw, 15% for the second year it's enforced, 10% for the third year, and 5% for the fourth year. And then also, according to the new act, the development charges for rental housing would be reduced further by 25% for units with 3 or more bedrooms, 20% for units with 2 or more, and 15% for all other units. So based on this information, and if the changes had been in place in 2022, the city would have lost $42,293.30 in development charges. 34 rental units were created. 24 of those rental units were 2-bedroom, and 10 of them were 3-bedroom. Therefore, there was a 20% reduction in the 2-bedroom units, a 25% reduction in the 3-bedroom units, and since the city was in its second year of its development charges bylaw, an additional 15% reduction in the development charges for those residential units would apply. So in 2022, we received $115,655 in development charges for residential units. And if the More Homes Built Faster Act was in place in 2022, we would have lost $42,293.30, which is a loss of approximately 37%. Okay, so this is an information item to respond to that question.
Any questions or comments? Gill?
Just getting some procedural don't look so scared. So basically, off the back of that, I mean, that's a lot of lost money. I mean, that's a significant amount. So to be fair to everyone, I was just asking if I could bring a motion on the back of this to ask staff for a report to look at some opportunities to recover that money. I'm told I'd need to bring a notice of motion, et cetera, et cetera. So I will do that later on, but heads up, I think what I am going to be looking for, and we'll wait to see what other councillors want, but perhaps a way that we can look at other building and development charges and whatnot. Now is certainly not the time for municipalities to be losing money. I mean, I understand and appreciate the need for housing. I certainly understand and appreciate the need for affordable housing. But we're also in the middle of budget, and I understand and appreciate that we need to pay for things. So heads up, I think I'll be asking that staff get creative and see if we can find ways to recover this loss, basically through other means.
Sorrell?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to answer Councillor Keel, to just so that you're aware, our building permit fees went up by the Consumer Price Index of 6.44% starting in January 1st. So we've increased, that is part of our building permit fees bylaw. And maybe it's time, you know, to look at a new building permit fees bylaw, and that was done probably more than 5 years ago at least. So something to look at for.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I watched the your committee meeting last night, planning and zoning meeting. There were some very good comments on the bill, and from all the committee members. So I'm not going to elaborate and put my long-winded distaste for the bill. It's not a good bill. It's for urban centers. And I'm going to the Rural Ontario Municipal Association conference this weekend in Toronto. We don't have a delegation, but if I see, if I'm talking to a minister or some bureaucratic member of the government, I'll let them know, and I'll be talking to other members of council from other municipalities and sharing information. There needs to be a resolution. I know AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, set out tried to influence the government, and that was not successful. So I'll be going this weekend representing the city, and I will, Mr. Unruh will be there also, and we will listen and learn and give our notice that we're not in favor of this, and we'll go from there. But this has to change. This is not acceptable. I know they were trying to do something for affordable housing, which is fine. But to lose this money, every dollar counts in the city of Pembroke. And the other thing, Councillor Giacono elaborated on it last night at their meeting, the green belt, to take that land away and give it to developers like that is totally wrong. Those are my comments.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Colleen, for your report. So that represents about 0.25% in terms of a levy increase based on those dollars, right? So just so that the public are aware in terms of the impact that it does have on terms of our budgeting. That's just one activity, and that's 0.25% that we do not have in terms of the funds to provide services to our residents. So, thank you,
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question is whether Bill 23 and the minister and the political party putting forward that more houses be built more quickly will have a positive effect on our municipality as opposed to losing the development charges. So if one if one supersedes the other, then we're in good shape. But if it doesn't, we're behind the eight ball. Thank you.
Okay, any other further comments? Seeing none, and we'll move on to the information. Last up is the PBA parking, public parking overview analysis and strategy.
So for the new members of council, I gave a little bit of a history of the parking pilot initiative for the 2-hour free meters and how that impacted our revenues and how COVID impacted our revenues for parking permits, parking tickets, and parking meters. So that's all there. I just wanted to ensure that you had that, and if there's any questions, I can answer that. But you've heard tonight the PBIA's parking plan and their strategy. And their goal is to create a clear downtown parking strategy, and they have those different objectives on how to get there. So they have, as you saw, they've done their peak hour surveys. They have 50 free parking dates a year where they're offered free meters, like on Mother's Day, Father's Day, weekends in November associated with Silver Stick, all the month of December. And they pay $21,000 annually to offset those 50 free days. And that's also to contribute to the maintenance, like the painting, the snow removal, sweeping of lots, minor repairs such as filling potholes, and major repairs such as paving. So, and there's an agreement in place for that, and that expires in December of 2025. So I've listed the breakdown of parking spaces per parking lots, and note that most of those lots are 2-hour parking lots, and they would like to see the Market Square and the Shamrock lot become 3-hour. And they were 3-hour from July 1st to December 31st. Because we, the PBIA as well as city, heard that 2 hours is just not enough sometimes to get your errands done or to go for lunch or whatever you're doing downtown. And so people are clear that they would like to see this 3-hour parking lot, 3-hour parking lots. So, the reason the PBIA has proposed, they would like to see uniform parking signage for the downtown. They would like to cover the meters in the Shamrock lot to allow the 3-hour parking lot. The PBIA has heard from customers again that it's just not enough time. So the reason the PBIA would like to change the Shamrock lot and the Market lot so that longer parking options could be provided in the downtown core, and that they would like to bring back the metered sponsorship program. So what that means is a business can buy a meter or can sponsor a meter, not buy one, but sponsor it, and then those funds then can be used to offset the loss of revenue that we would have in the metered lot at the Shamrock. So if we sponsored some of those meters in the Shamrock lot, then that can hopefully recoup some of the loss. And if only 6 of the meters were sponsored annually, this could generate $3,600. So, and that's only 6, so there's still 6 more that we could try and, get some sponsorship for. So just as part of all of this, we saw significant revenue losses during COVID and during the 2-hour free parking that was offered at the meters. And the recommendations that are put forth by the PBIA would have some costs associated with it. Staff did determine that on average that there's $396.51 is generated on average per meter, which excludes the meters behind City Hall and along Frank Niber Drive. The cost to remove the meters in the Shamrock lot is approximately $4,758 annually. And if the PBIA reinstated their sponsorship program, and like I said, if only 6 were, sponsored for the year, it could generate $3,600. To meet the PBI's recommendation, new parking signage would be required. Approximately 12 signs would be required to be located in the various lots and at the various entrances to the lots. The cost of these signage would be approximately $60 each, and that's based on a 60 centimeter by 60 centimeter sign, and that's based on previous quotes. Therefore, the cost of 12 signs would be approximately $720 plus HST. Then there's the cost to erect them, but this should be minimal since the existing signs can be removed and the new signs can be erected on the existing poles. So if we could assume $100 per sign, we're looking at a total of about $1,920 plus HST. We do have, the bylaw enforcement department does have $3,100 in its budget for 2023, if approved. And, but this would use up most of our budget in the first portion of the year. And upon meeting with Bithia of the PBIA, a cost-sharing arrangement, 50-50, could be in place so that the PBIA and the city could each split the costs, 50% each, and erect those signs that would create that clear, cohesive, signage that they're looking for. And we can work together on looking at locations for different parking symbols and things like that. So staff can support the recommendations of the PBIA and subject to the signage costs being split 50-50. Creating a 3-hour parking lot at the Market Square and Shamrock lots based on the PBIA reinstating that the parking meter sponsorship program, and that the patio be moved off of Albert Street to free up 2 heavily used meters. We have heard from the public that they didn't like the location of that particular patio. It is heavily used parking because there's a bank there, there's lots of shops around the area, and so they would like to see, the public would like to see, that I've heard from, would like to see them used as parking spaces, and the PBI has agreed to that, and we will work with them to find another location for that patio.
Deputy Mayor?
So, like I said before, I think this is a great move forward, and a positive step in partnership with the PBA and the City of Pembroke. And hopefully we can, once and for all, we won't have to talk about parking for a while. And so I'm going to make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation and add on the 50-50 cost-sharing agreement with the PBA, and then staff can come back with a bylaw later. That's my motion.
Okay, is that seconded by Councillor Giacono? Okay, and now I have Councillor Frenia for a comment.
Ditto. That's all. That's exactly what I was going to say, so thank you.
Okay, Councillor Keel?
Was the purpose of this arrangement, and I'm also sort of looking over to Bethia, that this be a more long-standing arrangement as opposed to an issue that has been popping up for, well, Councillor Giacono, how long have you been on council? I assume this is an issue that's probably been popping up.
I had hair and it wasn't gray. This has been a recurring issue. Parking's always been an issue. But I think we've moved forward immensely, and especially with the revitalization of the downtown, we have to support this initiative.
So the issue there is I didn't start with hair, so that, but I suppose it could still go gray. So I generally support this. I would have liked to have seen full recovery of the ensure that there was full recovery, but I'm not going to not support this over that particular straw. I think generally speaking, I think even without the city's help, I think the PBIA is on a direction of messaging, and I do think that's the problem with parking is messaging. We certainly could make it easier than we have now, and I don't want to repeat my comments about street parking versus lot parking, but I hope that this is a longer term solution, so I will support this recommendation.
Any further comments? Then there is a motion on the floor. Call to question. Those in favor? Approved.
I will bring a bylaw forth then to change the Market Square and the Shamrock Park to 3-hour lots.
And a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kill, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'd like to call the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting for Tuesday, January 17th to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, could I have a motion to approve the amendment meeting agenda? Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Abdallah. All in favor? New business. Jordan, I believe this is your first. Did you chair a parks meeting yet?
No, not yet.
Well,
Just been to the
welcome.
orientations. And thank you very
Welcome
much.
to Jordan. Anyone watching the broadcast, the new Director of Recreation. So the agenda item, application for the aquatic facility funding. Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you very much. Good evening. So I'll just start with the recommendation here, and that is the Parks and Recreation Committee directs staff to prepare and submit an application to Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program grant opportunity for use towards a new aquatic facility. I just wanted to provide council here with a little bit of background. And a grant application was submitted to the ISIP Community Culture and Recreation stream that was unsuccessful. Some folks may remember that. That was a couple years ago. Following this, and in 2021, council did support the use of a design-build method for development and construction of an aquatic facility. Colliers was the firm that was awarded the project, and they are our team lead. Most recently, a funding stream known as the one in the recommendation has come available. So this is actually really good news and very timely for us as we look at an aquatic facility. The program supports green and accessible retrofits and construction of new accessible community buildings with a focus on spaces that serve the heart of the community. So that would be a good example of this new aquatic facility. In addition to that, it also, with the services, they play a meaningful role in fostering inclusion in society. So the application deadline is February 28th. And I would just like to move into some of the financial implications. It should be noted that the grant is to support up to 60%, that's 60. I believe in the report it did say 80, that was just some human error, of the total eligible cost for the first $9.9 million, and then up to 50% funding of the eligible costs for the exceeding $10 million for projects that are anywhere between $3 and $25 million. So again, it fits exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. Some of the eligible costs include, of course, the design and the construction. And I should also note that while green building grants requirements may increase the overall capital costs, they typically reduce future operating costs. So it will save us as we move along if we were to move forward with this build. A couple examples of that would be to address basically the electrical usage. So for cooling, heating, lighting, those kind of things. Utilize cutting-edge technologies that would result in cleaner indoor air quality, installing energy-efficient windows, and contribute to inclusive community space. So again, I feel that this is a great opportunity for us here in the corporation, and I would like to see this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Abdallah?
Thank you. I have a comment and a question, then I'll make a motion. The comment is it's good to see that this round of funding, this is the second intake, that it opened up again, and it's a great opportunity for the city to apply. And if I'm not mistaken, Jordan, the cost does include all the materials. Is that correct? It's not just green materials.
Yeah, so we'll include the cost of materials, but again, it's going to be a percentage of what we spend. But they're really going to be looking at those aspects of the grant, so it's going to be really critical that we consider those.
Right. So as long as the building is energy efficient or close to LEED certified, it covers the whole construction. Well, the percentage of the construction.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to motion that we accept staff's recommendation to sponsor the grant application.
Seconder? Councillor Keel, and comments? Further comments? No further comments. Let's move this forward. It's nice to see it coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is a short agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor? Okay. Unanimous. Could I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Plummer. All in favor? There.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting for January 17th of council to order. I would ask everyone please stand for an open prayer and reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask that those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none. Before I entertain a motion for the approval of the regular meeting of council for January 3rd, 2023, I would ask that anyone who's bringing forward to move the acceptance of the minutes, that there should be an amendment under paragraph 7, page 3. It indicates that I, as mayor, left the table, but it was that I left the chair, so that would be the one amendment to those particular minutes. So I'd entertain a motion for their, so moved by Councillor Keel. As amended, thank you. And seconded by the deputy mayor. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next, we have bylaws. The first bylaw we have is 2023-06. Councillor Lafreniere.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that bylaw 2023-06, a bylaw to adopt a council staff relations policy for the corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed. And further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Keel. The bylaw 2023-06, a bylaw to adopt a council staff relations policy for the corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Lafreniere, did you wish to speak to it?
This was a policy that was developed by staff during the end of the last term, and we're just adopting it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions or discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. The next bylaw is 2023-07, sale of lands, McGee Street. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor Abdallah, that bylaw 2023-07, being a bylaw to authorize the proposed sale of lands on McGee Street be adopted and passed, and further that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, awaiting your signature.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Giacono, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that bylaw 2023-07, a bylaw to authorize the proposed sale of lands on McGee Street be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Giacono, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, Your Worship, this was discussed earlier, and it dealt with an irregular shaped piece of property that the corporation owns, to be sold for the owner for the purposes of an additional building onto the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or questions in respect to this particular bylaw? None. I'll call the question. Those in favor? And that's against? Okay, it's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have motions. Councillor Keel, freezing honorariums of council for current term.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that council directs staff to prepare a bylaw freezing the honorariums of the mayor, deputy mayor, and councillors as at November 29th, 2022, and continuing such freeze thereafter until the conclusion of the current term as defined in Section 6 of the Municipal Elections Act. Further, that council direct staff to prepare an amending bylaw to the procedural bylaw, being bylaw 2020-61 as amended, that forbids any motion, bylaw, or other action or proceeding in whole or in part to be put before or considered by council or any committee of council concerning the increasing of council honorariums except between January 1st and June 30th of an election year.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Did you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Your Worship. So this of course was a campaign promise of mine that I brought up during the election. One of the more popular ones on Facebook, I would say, although I recognize the ease of why this would be popular with the public, but I would also say that that's part of the point. I anticipate that some councillors are going to say that we work very hard and we deserve what we earn. I'm not going to disagree with anyone that we work very hard. And I will state, just in my first 2 months, I would say that we work harder than some who ran for council might have even thought. But that hasn't changed my opinion on our honorarium, which is currently over $20,000 apiece. Additional for the deputy mayor, and additional, I believe the mayor's just over 40,000 at this point in time. What this motion would do is simply freeze the honorarium that we are receiving, that we knew was in place when we all ran for election. It would also, the second part, amending the procedural bylaw, would require that if this council was to again want to bring up a raise, that could only be done between January 1st and June 30th of an election year. In other words, we would be doing it in the face of the voters. A little over 4 years ago, this council gave itself a massive raise in December of 2018. That raise was predicated on the fact that the federal government, a full year prior, had taken away a 1/3 tax break on council honorariums. So it was justified by councillors that, hey, they're not giving themselves a raise. They're just asking the city of Pembroke residents to pay for their new tax. Imagine if we could all do that. Imagine if every resident of Pembroke who gets a tax increase could say, someone else can pay this tax increase. That's what happened. And the timing of it is what really predicates my second point, which is that the Trudeau government brought that in the budget of 2017. And this council didn't move on it in 2017, didn't move on it in 2018 prior to the election. They waited until one of the first meetings after the election to bring up the issue of the raise. That, very political, very cunning. I think everyone around this table, or at least those that are political nerds like I am, know that the best time to do something that the public won't like is at the very beginning of the term, so that you have the longest period of time before the next election. That is why the second part of my motion says if we want to give ourselves a raise, it should have to be in the election year. And then we can go to voters, and we can justify it to voters if we want. With respect to the amount of money that we're making, it's not meant to be a salary. It's not meant to compensate us as though this is a job. It's an honorarium, and that's how they all started back in the day. In terms of the current economic climate, I feel even more strongly on this position. Some people might not know this. The MPP salaries have been frozen for 14 years at $116,000 a year. They were not to be raised until the provincial government balanced the budget. Well, last year, possibly a bit of a surprise, the provincial government did balance the budget, which was going to trigger a pay increase for MPPs. And that pay increase, according to a government media policy, was to be put on hold. And what our finance minister said was, and I quote, While people are struggling due to increasing costs, politicians should not be getting raises. So I've spoken around this council table before that I believe we should be leaders. And when we're looking at raising taxes, which we're undoubtedly going to be doing in this budget, when we're looking at trying to make things a little easier for the public, we should be able to pause. We should be able to accept the honorarium that we knew we were running for. We can admit that we do a lot of work, but here's what I'll say. We're getting $20-some thousand a year, and MPPs were frozen at 116. I dare anyone around this table to say that we do 1/6 of the job that John Yakubuski does. Working full-time, working more than full-time, often more than 5 days a week, bustling between Renfrew County and Toronto, doing countless kilometers around the county when he's here, and we're getting about 1/6 of his salary. That's significant in context. So I'm not going to belabor this. As I said, it was a campaign promise. It is something that I believe in. I've made my arguments. The only thing that I will say is that I would like to hear from councillors perhaps on both sides of the issues, of course, because the motion can't always be split. So again, it's a two-parter. One, it's to freeze council salaries for the duration of this term at the rate that they were when we got elected. And secondly, to amend the procedural bylaw so that no further increases can be made except in an election year. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer, you seconded it?
I did. So I seconded the motion for discussion purposes. As Councillor Keel has made quite clear, it was a campaign promise he made, and I don't disagree with Councillor Keel that we are paid well, and that's what we do a job here. We come here to do a job. I think, though, we need to table this to allow time to appoint an ad hoc committee to review council's wages, because I think it's more important than not just council setting its own wages, but also having an outside committee then review what we are doing here compared to other communities around. So are we at the rate that, comparable to other communities? Are we overpaid? Are we underpaid? Because frankly, I think it's important that we have a little more information than just decide tonight to freeze wages. I think it's a bigger conversation that tonight we need some more information. So I am going to put a motion to table to allow time to appoint an ad hoc committee to review wages and then come back.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Are you seconding it?
I will second that motion.
Okay.
We still speak to the original,
There's no discussion, the
not to
motion,
this one, but to the original, that
No,
Councillor
because-
Keel had a chance to speak.
because there's a motion on the floor to table. So at this point, my understanding, the procedural bylaw is we take a vote on respect to the tabling. If it passes, then it's tabled with the purpose of the ad hoc committee. If it fails, then we go back to discussing the motion from
Thank you, Your
from
Worship.
Councillor Keel. Yep, no. So the motion is on the floor and it's been seconded to table. So I'll call the question on the motion to table. Those in favor? Okay, and against? And it is tabled then. Okay, thank you. Next is mayor's report. I will be brief with my mayor's report this evening, especially in light of the long evening that has transpired. On behalf of members of council, I had the good fortune to attend Algonquin College Pembroke campus orientation for international students on January 4th at the invitation of Mr. Bramberger. Our Pembroke campus hosts students from all over the globe, including I met individuals from India, the Philippines, Mexico, and Hong Kong. The students are enrolled in a number of programs, including the nursing program. As I explained to the students there, if there's anything that the city can do, they need only ask Mr. Bramberger, and Mr. Bramberger then in turn would reach out to us as the city, and certainly welcome to Pembroke, everyone. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Councillor Keel?
I give notice of a motion to establish and appoint an ad hoc committee to review council honorariums.
So, point taken, but I would say that with the direction off the last one, that there will be, well, the motion was to table the other one with the direction that there's going to be an ad hoc committee formed.
As I think we've learned, Your Worship, council has to create an ad hoc committee. So at some point in time, there needs to be a motion creating the committee and appointing the members to it. I certainly don't want my motion to, I guess, beleaguer out in the wilderness until such time as that gets made. So again, council has to create and appoint such committee. So I guess I'm saying I'd like us to do it at the next opportunity.
All I'm saying is that I understood from the motion to table that staff now will come forward with a report in terms of the ad hoc committee to address like who would be on it, what it would look like. And yes, then council would create the ad hoc committee. So at least that's what we've done in the past, is if something got tabled with direction, that's why it was crucial to have the instruction in terms of the tabling motion. It wasn't just to go in the wilderness, it was create an ad hoc committee. So unless, anyways, that's what I had understood, is that staff would now come forward and say, okay, this is how it can be formed, this is what it was formed in the past, what does committee want it to look like, who's going to be on it, how big, that sort of thing. But
Yeah, certainly I understood that the direction was at the next available meeting that we would bring back a report in regards to the ad hoc committee.
certainly point well taken, Councillor Keel. You don't want it to go in the wilderness, and I don't think any of us do want it to go in the wilderness, and so that will come forward. Councillor Frenier?
Yes, so yesterday we were in budget meetings and we already approved mayor and council budgets for the coming year. So I guess I'm questioning if this ad hoc committee comes back, then that could change the budget. So, I mean, we just approved it yesterday. There was no discussion around it yesterday, minimal. There was no cameras there yesterday, though, so I guess it was a different thing. But there was really no discussion around honorariums yesterday. So I'm just wondering if the ad hoc committee comes back and said we all should get more, I mean, what would happen then? The budget's been set, so I'm just questioning that because there was really very little interest in it yesterday when it came to discussion without the cameras. So
Again, I'm looking to the CAO in terms of the budget process in relation to this motion and the tabling of it in the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, Your Worship. So in regards to the process, like the first step would be to form the ad hoc committee, but in step with that, the budget would be approved. So if the ad hoc committee came back, and again, it's a report back to council, council would have to then vote on, either, whatever the recommendations coming out of the ad hoc committee. If it does affect the 2023, then we'd have to get certainly an opinion from Madam Treasurer, or it does just roll into 2024.
yeah, I'm not expressing my opinion on how I would vote, but that's all.
I understand, Councillor Friend, you're just trying to figure out the process. Deputy Mayor?
Point of order. Just for the gallery, so they know and the public, the budget, I'm chair of the Finance Committee, and there was no camera, but the door was open, and there was a couple of residents here, so it's an open session. It's not as if it's behind closed doors. Just to clarify that.
Okay, point taken, okay. But as I understand the CAO, the budget process will unwind. We will schedule a budget, and presumably, even if council wanted to do something, if it meant needing more monies or whatnot, I suspect that council would agree that things don't happen until the following year, because if you don't have the money budgeted, you're not going to do it. Or alternatively, if it's to decrease it, hold it, or what have you, the budget process is what it is. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I'm just a little bit confused in regards to the budget process, but what are we doing tomorrow?
Point of order, you should be standing when addressing the mayor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Like I said, I'm new to council in terms of the budgeting process, but I know we're just going through line by line, but I don't think there was a formal motion to approve the budget as it stands. So, I mean, I think Councillor Keel was very clear in regards to this motion coming forward through this various different discussions. So I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. So this evening, we have councillor updates, and so as we do each and every year, 2022 2 being no different. It's customary that we bring forward reports from the, not only from our standing committees, but the various other committees that members of council sit upon. This enables other council members to learn from each other and see what it is that's taking place, sort of like a year in review. But in addition, what it does is it allows the folks at home or in the gallery to get a sense for what Councillor Keel was speaking to in terms of the various different committees that we sit on and what the work we do. I recognize this year, so I will say this, I recognize this year that it's a bit of a challenge in the sense that certain individuals did not run again, certain movement has happened among different members, but we have great staff that assist us in terms of the reports, and so I look forward to the various different reports, and so perhaps if we can go through the council table and in light of that, we have 45 minutes before we'd have to bring a motion to keep going this evening, if we can keep that in mind as well. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try and make this quick. I have a few here. On behalf of the Finance Administration Committee, our Treasurer and Deputy Clerk is Ms. Angela Lochte and staff who do a fine job in the Treasury Department. Some of the highlights of the year are the 2022 budget was passed by Council 2 weeks earlier than previous years on February 8th. Due to collection initiatives, the city's tax arrears decreased by $662,000. By year end, 1,478 customers had subscribed to the city's pre-authorized payment plan. 333 accounts had subscribed to our electronic billing service. In conjunction with the city's 5-year computer refresh cycle, the IT department rolled out roughly 76 new computers to users in 2022. Staffing turnover. In 2022, the city experienced staffing shortages with the departure of 2 key positions. The Treasury Department welcomed Adam Murphy into the role of book buyer timekeeper in February, and Marcia Hawthorne as Deputy Treasurer, Purchasing Manager in August. Civil marriage ceremonies. In a joint project with the clerk, civil marriage ceremony services were introduced in April. 23 ceremonies were performed, which generated $6,527 in revenue. So if you want to get married, you can come to City Hall. Pembroke Business Improvement Association, downtown Pembroke. The best way to do this is to talk about partnerships. The PBA partnered with the city and Eco Pembroke to host the Pembroke Community Expo, the largest number of vendors and attendees ever, and the city is going to run it again in conjunction with the PBA at the Pembroke Memorial Center. Partner with Pembroke Pride to hold the Pembroke Pride Festival downtown, which they'll be doing again this year. Support a Church Street Market and Victoria Street fundraiser in the fall with Care For. The veterans banners continue to be successful, and it's a real honor to have them posted in the downtown core. Downtown Patio Project, Warrior Walkabout, grand openings, various businesses opened up, pumpkin treats, Harvest Festival, and many new businesses during the year. And tonight we all passed a motion for a new parking agreement with PBA, which I'm looking forward to. Pembroke Fire Department. After an exhaustive search, Wendy Hewitt joined the Pembroke Fire Department as an administrative assistant on February 28th. As the year began in lockdown, the fire prevention and education programs were somewhat delayed. As the influence of the pandemic waned, they continue to focus on inspections of multi-unit residential buildings and incorporating their smoke alarm program into these inspections. Public education events included approximately 20 fire safety talks and training sessions with close to 600 attendees, 1,600 plus inspections, 30 plus fire drills. Public relations, Santa Claus Parade participation, Pembroke Lawrence Valley Handy Bus Ice Water Challenge, participation in City School Fun Nights, and numerous community events. The Pembroke Fire Department responded to 354 emergency incidents, 10 significant fires. Losses were approximately $1.7 million. Ottawa River Energy Solutions, ORES. This is a company that's separate from the Ottawa River Power Corporation. It's a energy and technology services provider. Most customers will know that they provide affordable hot water rental heaters, but they're also involved in LED streetlight conversions. They did all the city of Pembroke, and right now they're working in Carlton Place to replace approximately 800 streetlights. They have a fiber ring around Pembroke, and they have fiber with the hospital, and they also have a internet antenna agreement with the Deep River Hospital. So they're involved in the fiber and technology business, EV charging network in various locations throughout Pembroke. And they also do contracting and consulting work like they did at the Pembroke Public Library. They upgraded their network and provided fiber upgrade there also. So this is an important part of, we own 80%, the taxpayer, the residents of Pembroke own 80% of Ottawa River Power Corporation and ORES. Pembroke Public Library, exhaustive report here from Kathy Rajamani, the chair. Needless to say, the library is a vital hub of our community. They have many events, circulation. They did 27,000 in adult books, 29,000 in children's books, 3,000 in talking books, and 7,300 audiovisual items. They gained 647 new patrons. They have 7,400 registered patrons and 1,649 active. They also have an early literacy program. They have 3,235 early literacy participants. 2,406 computer and laptop checkouts at the library. 2,005 Wi-Fi connections as part of their digital literacy program. Outreach program, 4,175 outreach program participants. One example, Supple's Landing, they deliver books to my mother, which she's very appreciative of. Multicultural Festival. Needless to say, it was a banner year for the Multicultural Festival, headed by Carthy and the staff of the library in partnership with the City of Pembroke, and it's going to be held again this year at the waterfront, and it'll be even better. It's put Pembroke on the map, and it's a great multicultural event and a destination event for the city. So we want to thank the Pembroke Public Library, and we want to welcome Councillor Choi Purcell to the Pembroke Public Library Board along with myself, and we have a meeting tomorrow night. The last one is Keeping Pembroke Beautiful Committee, on which Councillor Giacono and I will be sitting on this year. Some of the highlights of the year: increased number of flower planters and bridge boxes that are all sponsored downtown on Lake Street and over on the bridge over here on Pembroke Street. Continued to promote Adopt a Road. We held a community cleanup day in the spring. We hosted a climate change committee to discuss a tree planting program, and we coordinated tree planting at the fire station with Cogeco. And last but not least, one that the mayor and I are mostly proud of, we're going into our 4th year at the Pembroke Care for Community Garden. We have 24 garden beds for individuals and nonprofit. We have 5 accessible garden beds up top for the residents. We have 3 dedicated garden beds for the St. Joseph Food Bank and a big land garden. And we want to thank all the volunteers, and I want to thank the deputy mayor as the mayor as co-chair of that initiative. And we're looking forward to another successful year. We wanted to especially thank Care4 for partnering with us and allowing us to be on their property. So those are the reports, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. Few reports for updates. One of the boards I chair is the Emergency Management Committee. So in March 2022, Chief Sell became the new Community Emergency Management Coordinator. Former CEMC Ms. Sorial is now the role of the alternate. Bylaw 2221 signed in March also updated the emergency plan. Meetings were held in the spring and fall. The city reviewed confirmation of compliance in 2021 and was submitted a compliance report in 2022. The annual exercise was held on October 26. The aim of the exercise was to evaluate the city's Pembroke's emergency plan, specifically Emergency Operations Center, and to observe and evaluate operations procedures, protocols, and staffing levels. Emergency Preparedness Week was public education. Mayor's proclamation for Emergency Preparedness Week pertained to the media outlets and delivering messaging throughout the week. School visits were conducted focusing, school visits were, just close my page here. Okay, information both on Community Expo was presented, social media messaging throughout the year. Training involved Chief Sell completing the training of requirements for the CEMC. City staff involved in emergency management and have been enrolled in training courses with some completing basic emergency management in this fall. Other positions I've held throughout the year is the operations department. So there's an update from them. Many grants are applied to every year from operations. We were successful in several of them, specifically Green Infrastructure Fund 2 intake. We're successful to help fund the Bennett Street and Boundary Road water main construction. And also the Rural Northern Fund for the Pembroke Street West reconstruction, Phase 3 was completed, and we will be into Phase 4, the final phase this year, completing the update of Pembroke Main Street from one end of the city to the other, which has been a long time coming. Bylaws, operation continues to update bylaws, rewrite bylaws to meet today's standards and policies and procedures, enforce capabilities where applicable. Residential development, review planned ongoing construction in several subdivisions throughout the city. This includes drawing reviews, infrastructure planning reviews, inspections, and significant staff attend to allow connections to existing infrastructure. Department assisted with new water main services agreement involving our neighbors with Laurentian Valley. In Capital Works and Engineering section, Phase 3 of 3 for the rehabilitation of Pembroke's Pollution Control Center of the 3 digesters. We have Phase 3 of 4 Pembroke Street West Road reconstruction project involving safety and movement of motorists, emergency responders, and cyclists and pedestrians. Under the ISIF Green 2 intake, the 2-year phase water main installation of Bennett Street and Boundary Road will be completed. Replacement of approximately the reconstruction of Patterson Street, including the replacement of existing water main, sanitary, and storm and road infrastructure. Storm and sewer replacement on Forest Road, south of Algonquin Trail, was completed. The first portion of twinning the town line force main has been completed. Under asset management, they continue to work with city's asset management plan for non-core infrastructure assets. Roads and fleet, the section purchased a new tandem axle dump truck, sidewalk unit, and 3 new pickup trucks to ensure the city's fleet is continually updated and renewed. 210 meters of culvert was replaced, along with 600 meters of ditching was completed along roadsides. In-house road construction projects completed around the city, McKay Street, Hillside Avenue, Cecilia Street, Herbert Street East, replacing the asphalt and improving drainage. Fraser Street was reconstructed in Pembroke Street East to Esther Street, and the continued replacement of city sidewalks to meet ODA compliance. Under the water distribution, wastewater collection, section repaired 45 water leaks and replaced 7 lead services in 2022. They also replaced and rebuilt 3 fire hydrants. They completed 61 water service on-off for property owners. Managed contractors during installation of underground infrastructure. 71 inspections were completed for water and sanitary service installations, and in excess of 1,070 locates for existing underground infrastructure were completed. So that's the guy going around and checking, issuing locate requests, and that's just one person. He did over 1,070 locates. It's a very, very intense, busy task. Water treatment. We were recertification of our DWQMS for a 3-year cycle. We achieved a grade of 100% compliance rating for a drinking water system on our annual MECP inspection. Staff completed 1,825 tests of water in-house samples. In excess of 350 bacterial samples were collected and from our distribution system. 0 adverse reporting. 795 in-house samples analyzed. from the Bell Street Water Tower, Quarry Road Reservoir. Intake and inspection were completed. Under wastewater treatment, ongoing significant operations and maintenance renewal projects completed, including replacement of escalator screen, compactor, spiral assembly, and UV systems for the improved treatment process. Under capital works and engineering, phase 3 of 3 rehabilitation of Pembroke Pollution Control Center was completed. Oh, I just right on the back side. Mr. Lewis gave a very thorough report just to give him the highlights. So highlights are long too. Complete biofilter media underlay replacement, volcano boiler internal tubing completed replacement, additional light fixtures, new LED fixtures were replaced, and under solid waste management, highlights are Blue Box transition is scheduled for March 31st, 2025, and 5,482 metric tons of waste collected from the city, with 1,376 metric tons diverted from our landfill to the recycling program, and over 1,604 metric tons of organic and leaf yard waste was diverted from landfill to the compost. So no one ever accused Mr. Lewis of not being thorough, so we thank him for that. The other committee I do sit on is the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center. So with the budget, Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center, the final audit was completed and the center ended up with a surplus of $1,087,000. This surplus in part related to delays in receiving 3 pieces of equipment, a dozer, a landfill compactor, and a roll-off truck. As part of the planned capital purchases, these items are meant to replace the aging equipment at the center. There were 3 ordered were in 2022, but will not be received until 2023. Once final audit numbers were received, staff will recommend the board that the surplus be moved to the 2023 budget. Tipping fees in 2023, fees includes a slight increase from $98 to $100 a ton for landfill. The non-partner rate for materials is increased from $156 to $160. Minimum fee for small loads is retained at $20. Tonnage reports for 2022, the center saw a 5% decrease in vehicles over the scales compared to 2021. There was a 2.5% increase in landfill tonnage compared to 2021. Overall recycling decreased by 3%. Recycling markets saw a significant decline in 2022. In November, the center was paying $28 a ton to market newspaper. So markets are still improving, but likely not to reach levels they did in 21 and early 2022. Bill 151, Strategy for Waste-Free Ontario, municipalities and provinces continue to move forward with the transition to extended producer responsibility program for recycling. The City of Pembroke is expected to transition in March 2025, with coincides with the end of the current curbside collection contract. It is the 20th year anniversary, so a legacy project for the center's 20-year anniversary. A pollinator garden was planted on site, and pollinator-friendly perennials were planted, and signage was installed. Sit on the Airport Commission. Some highlights from 2022. Northwest Petroleum from Thunder Bay was awarded the contract for replacement of the fuel systems. The in-ground tanks were replaced with a nice above-ground tank system. Contract with Grassroots Public Affairs has been extended to 2023. This is a group that advocates for grant programs to be extended to the airport. They basically lobby the federal and provincial government for any kind of funding that's available for small airports. Donations for the airport runway. We got a donation of an airport runway sweeper from Red Lake Airport. So now the center has a new to them sweeper. Airport hired a HM Aero to assist with the grant application, writing for replacement for runway lighting. And upcoming in 2023, we continue to lobby efforts with Grassroots Public Affairs, and there'll be some replacement of gas and diesel tanks in the maintenance building. And the airport is celebrating its 55th anniversary. So I'm sure there'll be some sort of celebration later in the summer. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Trenier?
Yes, I was the chair of Parks and Recreation, and this is the year-end report that was provided by Mr. DeRoche. All facilities were closed due to COVID from January 5th to 30th of last year with the ongoing pandemic, including the PMC, Pembroke 2, and the Kinsman Pool. Provincial COVID restrictions were lifted March of 2022, and they were revoked in June of 2022, which caused its share of challenges to the Recreation Department. The plant shutdown at the PMC and ACC took place April 30th at Pembroke 2 and May 1st at PMC. Building maintenance occurred in each facility, including painting, deep cleaning, stripping, waxing throughout the off-season. The plant startup took place at the end of July for Pembroke 2, and the first booking was August 2nd. The ice usage was up a total of 5% from the previous year. A total of 3,682.5 hours of ice was sold last year. And despite the impact of COVID-19 and staffing shortages at the Kinsman Pool, the pool had reduced to 5 days a week to provide the service. Kinsman Pool swim program, including infant classes, learn to swim programs, adult learn to swim, and leadership courses saw a total of 1,843 people. 55% of the users were residents, 26% from LV, and 19% were non-residents who utilized the swim programs at the pool. Drop-ins included early bird, noon hour, family, senior, parent, preschool. Adult swim saw over 8,000 drop-ins participants during 2022. And there's a breakdown provided here. I'll be forwarding this report on. At the marina, we provide rental agreements to 100 slip holders. We collect rental fees prior to the season. Pre-season work included input of docks, ramps, gas pump and pump out, testing, staff training, and the opening of washrooms. Facility shutdown began in October and finished by November due to the fortunate unseasonable weather that we experienced extending into the fall. Riverside Park, pre-season electrical and water testing, cleaning of winter debris, grass and trimming maintenance, all the typical things that we would expect to be done at our campgrounds. The splash pads, of course, we have lots of maintenance in the city to do. General upkeep and regular maintenance of the splash pads at Riverside Park and Rotary. The sports fields. Now, Ball Diamond's first booking was June 5th. Usage was up nearly 1% from the year before. Total usage, 329 hours. The last booking for the season was on September 23rd. Turf maintenance occurred bi-weekly. Soccer fields. Preseason soccer field preparation began in May to begin for school bookings. Regular bookings for minor and adult soccer leagues began after May long weekend. Usage was up a total of 6% from the previous year for a total of 593 hours of field use. Turf maintenance of fields occurred bi-weekly from May to September, and turf maintenance of field occurred weekly from September to the end of October. And if anyone was at the soccer fields last year, it was nice to see the little ones out running around again. So it was really nice to see them learning how to socialize. The parks and playgrounds, preseason preparation, including removal of winter debris, reports and maintaining CSA standards. Whoa, sorry. Just some of the recreational programming that was offered last year. Chair yoga, the lending hub, movie night, public skating, Rotary Park splash and play program, senior programming. The city received $22,000 from the New Horizon for Seniors Program grant. And the grant was aimed at providing funding to make a difference in the lives of seniors and their communities. And it delivered cooking classes, guitar lessons, photography sessions, and it really benefited, and I know it was well used. Trivia fundraisers, Waterfront Live, of course, and yoga in the park. Special events included Canada Day, Pembroke, Heartbeat Festival, which was sponsored by Bogey's Bar, Jim Sloan Memorial Ball Hockey Tournament, and of course, the Multicultural Festival. Santa Claus Parade was a success this year. Wow, it was really nice. I couldn't commentate with Brian this year. Sorry, Deputy Mayor of Della, because I lost my voice. But I certainly was in the crowd, and I want to say congratulations to everybody that participated and helped organize the event. Snow Spree experienced the ongoing impacts of COVID, unfortunately, last year, and as a result, many in-person events had restrictions. The Water and Dirt Festival The department coordinated 2 events, including the Upper Ottawa River Race and Paddle Festival, along with a skateboard competition. Thank you. Now I have another report, but I'll be brief. It's the Health Committee that I sit on. So the paramedic service and the homes for the aged, both in Renfrew and Pembroke, they all continued to face challenges with the pandemic. They continued to monitor the situation at the homes, and they kept in place their testing for residents and visitors, and they've actually extended their vaccination policy till March 1st of this year. So they're continuing to be diligent because we all know that COVID still exists. There is now a paramedics, the Health Committee recommended to the county, and it was approved that a paramedic is now located at the Pembroke Regional Hospital and the Arnprior Regional Hospital to better serve our community. And they have been doing an amazing job, the paramedics, going and visiting seniors in their homes, and doing testing for COVID as well as helping out with the vaccinations. So I want to say that we, at paramedics in the homes for the ages, can't wait till we return to some type of normal. So thank you very much.
Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I begin the report, which is rather extensive, I'm going to try and keep it short. We've all been here a long time tonight, and your brain becomes like a sponge. The most important part of the report, I believe, is the staff. We've had a couple of people that have left, and the department saw the departure of the city's chief building officer, Mark Schultz, in September of 2022. Glenn Gordon stepped up as interim chief building official for 2 days a week, and trust me, he had his hands full, as you'll see from the report. The city hired Paul McLean as the new chief building official. He comes from Owen Sound, Ontario, originally. He had worked in Brockville, so he's got an extensive knowledge of the code, etc. He bought a house in Pembroke, and he just loves it. So I wanted to express that to you. As well, we lost a fixture, Kathy Johnson, who loves her coffee every morning. You get the odd email from her. She's having a coffee, but I think she misses us a little bit. And 2 new employees were hired, Michaela Kuno and Grant McLean. So under the Planning, Building, and Bylaw Enforcement Department, this is a report for 2022. I will highlight, because there's 4 pages, and I'm not going to bore you to death. A couple of the major developments taking place. The Sisters of St. Joseph's Convent rezoned for the creation of 65 apartment units. That's happening now as we speak. As well, the official plan amended to allow a salvage yard and a proposed addition to an 8,500 square foot building. Julian Street, there's going to be an amendment to allow for up to 100 apartment units. 169 William Street, rezoned for the creation of 12 apartment units. 482 Boundary, rezoning an official plan amendment to allow a kennel and dog care establishment for our pets. 306 Julian, rezoning to allow MyFM to operate at this location, keeping us all in the news. Mostly the good stuff, Your Worship, is that right? I think so anyway. Your Worship, a bit of levity at the end of the night, right? If you want to rule me out of order, I'll just keep talking because you know me. Matheson Drive, rezoning to permit 22 row house dwelling units. 0 Steel Street, rezoning to permit townhouse units as well as secondary units for a total of 16 units. That's a lot of housing, and that isn't the end of it. Minor variances, there were 13 severance applications. A few we'll deal with. 1030 Lee Street, Renfrew County is to add 6 new socially assisted housing units. 901 River Road, 4-unit townhouses development with secondary units for a total of 8. 109 Greenside Street, new 3-unit townhouse development with secondary units for a total of 6. And it goes on and on. Also, 1318 Pembroke Street West, proposed new site for Campbell Monuments. So for anybody to say that we're standing still, I really don't think so. And as you'll hear from the dollar figures, we are progressing big time, and I think we're just at the cusp of it. And this council will be responsible, and you, sir, as the mayor, You know, we're gonna put this community on the map worldwide, and it's happening now. The city agreed in principle, entered into a 5-year agreement, bylaw 2022-27, for cloud permit to provide an online building permit and review process. So rather than people coming in and standing in line, or somebody's sick, or they're gone on their lunch or coffee break, et cetera, we've been usually good with people. You'd be able to access more quickly, do it yourself, and it's the wave of the future. Subdivisions. Burcon Developments, working with a developer to obtain an easement along the rear property, an additional 3 acres, and we're waiting for that to take place. I'm sure it'll take off in the next little while. Entered into a subdivision agreement with one of the largest subdivision plans in the city of Pembroke's history, Golfview Developments, over 100 acres to be developed. And entered into agreement with LaPointe subdivision and Johnson Meadows Red Line revisions for Phase 5 of the Johnson Meadows subdivision agreement. So that's page 2. I'm almost at the end of it. Under the building department, 110 new residential units resulted from building permits in 2022. Residential building permit value, including accessory structures, in 2022 was $476,500, and in 2021 was $8,830,000. So that is a substantial increase. So if people are saying we're moving backwards, I don't see it, because the figures don't lie. Commercial building permit value included accessory structures in 2022 was $2,764,000. 2021, it was $1,794,000. Everywhere you look, there are incremental increases of a large number. So if you look at that in a ratio of what has been happening, there's a lot of things happening in the city of Pembroke. Also, 2022, institutional building permit values, including accessory structures, in 2022 was 23, I thought this was a typo when I first looked at it, was $23,566,000. In 2021, it was $4 million. That's a big increase. Building permits included but not limited to the following: 4-unit row houses, Greenside, Pembroke Street East, 600 Cecilia Street, Marion Hill, first phase of a multi-million-dollar renovation and addition. 399 Isabella Street, the Equinox School. You've seen that one going up. The foundation's being poured. Addition to existing school buildings to house daycare facility. 705 McKay Street, the Pembroke Regional Hospital, will be an $8 million day surgery renovation. So things are happening. The total building permit value in 2022 was $29,775,000. In 2021, it was $15,631,000. Almost a doubling. Unheard of. So what that tells me is people believe in this community, and there's an exodus happening. We have to be ready for it. And I feel for the building inspector, because, I mean, he just came here. I don't know how long we're going to keep him. When, you know, when you're getting this type of development and all this work taking place. So to say that they're underworked is really not really true. Under bylaw enforcement, 2022, 240 occurrences were reported and dealt with by the bylaw enforcement department. 3,058 parking tickets were issued. Bylaw enforcement department worked with city staff to update traffic bylaw, the taxi bylaw, etc. So there's a few of the things that happen. One of the other ones that I sit on, and we're getting close to the end of the evening, Pembroke Heritage Murals. I think one of the things that we have to look forward to will be the new First Nations mural that will be built. And what that says to me is we're not looking into the past, we're looking into the future to recognize our Native brothers, friends, and neighbors and their accomplishments as we sit on this particular land that belongs to them. So we look forward to working with them. As of December 22nd, As of December 2022, we still had not engaged properly with them to see where this actual mural and its theme will be, but I'm sure that'll come forward. Pembroke City murals, probably, I believe there's 35 murals within the municipality. Some of them are having wear and tear on them. They need repair, but they are a tourist attractant. People come from all over the world. You may not see them as they're going to an arena to a hockey game, but they're here. They stay in the hotels, they buy groceries, they travel, they build businesses, they bring their young people as international students to Algonquin College. So this committee is looking forward to a good term. Some wonderful volunteers again. And tomorrow morning, I believe at your request, Your Worship, we have Pam Dempsey coming to speak to us. So we're looking forward to hearing from her. Two other committees I sit on, Your Worship, are the Social Services Committee. Again, housing, affordable housing within the county, again, is an issue. There are probably 1,300 people waiting to get into somewhere where they can actually live decently with a decent rents. Some of the funding has been pulled by the provincial government, and that happens. Sometimes you get the money, sometimes you don't. The other one, Councillor Fernier, you asked me about was the child care issue. Child care will continue to grow, child care institutions. And at the county, they're looking for people to be in that business because there's a large number of children looking for spots yet. Many are licensed, and what a license committee allows, a licensed home rather for children, is it's monitored. There's funding that can be garnered from the County of Renfrew to help them with reading materials, et cetera, toys, whereas in a private daycare environment, well, I mean, you know, there are a lot of mom and pop operations where you take your young person and you trust them with their care. They're trying to encourage those people to come on board, to go to Algonquin College, to get the early childhood education training, and to start a viable business, because those jobs will be needed very shortly in the future. Thank you.
Before I turn to Councillor Purcell, Mr. CAO, my understanding is, and I don't think that we're going to get through the council agenda by 10 o'clock, is that we need a motion to extend past 10?
So, yeah, Your Worship, I took a look at that, and so the way I'm reading the procedural bylaw, unless I'm missing a section, so under 8.3 in regards to adjournment, all meetings shall be adjourned automatically at 10:30, unless a majority of the members presented enact a resolution to extend the hour, and then a similar motion shall be required each half hour thereafter. So I think we have till 10:30.
Okay, so Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, being newly appointed to some of the committees, I was actually appointed chair of the Renfrew County District Health Unit in terms of the governance committee. Again, in terms of Renfrew County District Health Unit, we had the exit of Dr. Cushman. So we're looking for his replacement right now, so that'll be our priority going forward. And in terms of the county health unit, in terms of activities last year, again, providing all those COVID supports in regards to opportunities for individuals to get, get the appropriate vaccinations. Right now, I think their focus is also looking at recovery in terms of some of those recovery efforts moving forward as a result of redistributing some of their support resources to address some of the COVID-19 concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Briefly, in relation to the Pembroke Handy Bus, it's been in existence for over 30 years, providing essential service for not only the city of Pembroke, but Township Laurentian Valley, providing a service from those from the age of 8 to 98 for not only seniors, but individuals with physical and intellectual disabilities, being a door-to-door service for individuals and groups for various functions. Noteworthy is that in 2022, 515 individuals in wheelchairs and 3,479 ambulatory individuals were transported over 55,000 kilometers. There's 2 full-time drivers and 1 part-time driver in relation to that service. In relation to the Pembroke Police Services Board, as was discussed as part of the budget process, there's a number of different programs ongoing, being a property identification, lock it or lose it, CamSafe, a number of different things. Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, we heard from the inspector this evening that it's headed up by our consultant, Mr. Finnegan, and the inspector already spoke to it. I'll leave it at that. The night has been a long one. So next we have closed sessions, and I'd call upon the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell. Motion for council to move into a caucus meeting. That this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and labor relations or employee negotiations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Purcell. Meeting become a closed meeting to discuss 3 different items: a position plan, procedure, criteria, instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or behalf of the municipality, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and labor relations or employee negotiations. Those in favor of that motion, and that is carried. We are now moving into a closed session.